Relay is unavailable.
Video, whatever.
Okay, we got you now.
Hi, Ernie. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we don't have your video on though.
No, I can turn on my Skype video. I'll just start off the Zoom meeting here.
Okay. No, this is. I'm sorry. You wanted to do what?
Yeah, I just turned off the Zoom meeting, so I'll turn on the video here.
There you go. Turn that one off. Hold on a second.
Sure.
All right. We're having the network itself is having a problem. I'm not sure what we're connected, but we're not getting feedback from the network.
It doesn't work on the Roku app or online or anything, so I can't get hold of Ian. So I'll leave it on in case it comes up.
Okay. Well, we can go ahead and start the show and do all the live streaming and everything anyway. Yeah, guys, just hang on with us out there. We'll go ahead and start the show. Regardless of the network, because we need to have the archive anyway. All right, let's go ahead and we'll start the show, and hopefully the network get their crap together. All right, here we go.
It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Tonight, let us make them remember we are not afraid!
Welcome to Declare Your Independence. Me, Ernest Hancock, here in Phoenix, Arizona, from the beautiful studios of Friends with an S, FreedomsPhoenix.com. All right, that's what we're going to do. We have Ole Peter. All right, Davi, how does he say his last name?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I just call him Ole. It's hard. You got to get him to say it in his authentic accent.
Ole, give me how you say it. Do it.
I can do it.
All right, so my name is Ole Petter Høie.
Wait, you got to do that really slow, man.
Yeah, I don't hold your hopes up. It's not an easy name, so sorry about that.
Okay, so go ahead and pull away a little bit from the microphone. It's over-modulating a little bit wherever it is. There. Okay, what we'll go ahead and do, we'll call him Ole. Ole is an autodidact. Okay, say that for me. Autodidact.
It's autodidact.
Which means what?
It means a person who teaches themselves.
Oh, okay.
It's one of those words only an autodidact would know.
I know. Okay, all right. An autodidact, voluntarist, lifelong gamer, and self-educated entrepreneur, Ole started his first company from scratch at age 22, selling products to 10 countries at 26. Ole began his adventures in video games in 2004 by successfully registering Machine Dance, based on Dance Revolution as an official sport in Norway. An official sport. He's then hosted 6 European Machine Dance Championships with players from up to 19 countries, often receiving international media attention. He produced a dance game called iDance, which connects up to 32 players at the same at the time that was used in several countries to fight childhood obesity and used in multiple university studies on cognitive ability, motivation, and learning. Ole was even invited to a panel debate on digital revolution at the first European Youth Conference at the European Parliament in 2014. In essence, Ole uses gaming platforms to spread ideas, teach players to solve their own challenges and think for themselves, and otherwise engage people in fun and innovative ways. His latest project, called Story Games, employs voluntarist writers to produce interactive stories that exemplify voluntarist ideas. Ooh, we've been talking about that for a while giving players the opportunity to make money by spreading them, turning casual players into activists and entrepreneurs. And let's see. So Ole is the managing director at Immortal Games Limited. All right, now this is one thing that we've talked about a lot over the years. Why isn't there a voluntarist, libertarian, freedom-oriented liberty games? What's up with that? How come we don't have that? It seems like such a powerful genre that we could, dominate, but it's not done. So I ask you, Ole, when you came into this, is there a competition? Is there other opportunities for people to learn and stuff, a freedom message and play a game, or are you the first?
I'm actually not aware of any other games that have anything comparable when it comes to actually freedom-related content. But I don't know all games, so who knows? But especially because our game is like a choose-your-own-adventure novel type of game, where there's a lot of content in it, of like stories and ideas. That I think is unique. I don't think anybody else has been doing that who's as, let's say, liberty-oriented.
And that's one thing we heard about you, of course, through Davi. But you went to Porkfest and you kind of released as you were in development stage there. What was you going to be presenting again? You're going to market to the same crowd after you've already got ready to launch and so on? Who's your people?
Yeah, I mean, those are definitely the people that we expect and hope that will really appreciate this game. There would be a mainstream market for it as well, we hope, but it's a little bit like you need to build a hype and get it, like trending out there. And so we feel like it's a very natural audience because several of the writers are, let's say, free thinkers and voluntarists, and very, very good storytellers. So it's a natural first step to focus on that segment, but we're definitely planning to spread it and try to reach new audiences that have maybe never heard about this type of ideas before as well.
Okay, so let's talk about the game itself. Tell me, you have different storylines and the method of play and what tell me about it. How, because the graphics up here are interesting. How does it work?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually very simple as far as gameplay goes. You don't need skills to play this game, so it's something which basically anyone can play, as long as you enjoy the stories. So it's basically like a choose-your-own-adventure novel, but just in a gaming format. So it's like a digital choose-your-own-adventure novels. So I would compare it to, or our goal is to have it a little bit like a Netflix version of digital choose-your-own-adventure novels, where people can choose between genres and different types of stories. So far, we started with 3. We have 3 more that will be published within the next month, and then we plan to expand from there. And anyway, so the gameplay itself basically leads you through stories where you can make choices along the way that affect what happens to you. And that's the essence of it. I mean, you collect certain icons and stuff that you can convert into something that you again can buy extra bonus content from and stuff like that. But mostly it is really like a choose your own adventure novel.
Okay, now when you choose one of these adventure novels, you go through the process, and at the end, is there an end, or is it keep playing and you kill more zombies or whatever, or is it, just you have a termination of the game?
Well, it's very different than what most people would imagine when they think of the word game, because really it is like a novel where you read text that people are speaking with each other, and you play as some of the characters, and you can make certain choices for what that character should do in different situations. But it's purely text and the still graphic based, so it's not like you need skill to try to kill somebody or anything like that. So it's more like, instead of reading a novel, you play or you see the graphics, you read the text, and you make different choices. So it's kind of just bringing a novel much more to life, and you actually have a say of what happens. That's really.
So
what
how
it is.
long,
And
if you went through and you're just sitting down, you pick one of them and you go, all right, I'm going to take this to, the end. I'm going to be playing for how long?
Well, at the moment, it's, let's say you choose, because Davi is writing 2 of the stories. One of them is in there now, and if you play that one, it takes you maybe about an hour, between an hour and hour and a half. Then you played through what's there, but this is the beginning, and we're planning regular releases of new chapter content. So it's a bit like you can imagine a TV series where you start by watching the first episode, and then next week there comes another episode, etc. Right? And then over time, this game will contain probably hundreds, if not thousands, of chapters of different stories. So that's the basic format.
What's the interface that people have playing the game and communicating anything? Do you have like a forum, or somebody goes, well, I want and I desire and I would have, and are you guys working on this one storyline of, Hobbit strip dancing or something? I mean, whatever, right? They got a demand for something. We need to talk about the base on Mars, or, how do you determine what storylines you're doing?
That's a very good question. So far, what I've done is to pick, let's say, people who are, like myself, free thinkers with a lot of life experience, and who are also very experienced storytellers, although in pretty different formats. And I just have been, it's basically people that I've known since many years, and they have been working on these stories in their own head for a number of years, and Davi is one of them. I mean, Davi and me came up with the idea for his second story, but the other one has been working on since years, The Ghost of Blannaby. And so I'm looking at stories written by people who I believe are honest, caring, and very deep thinkers, and are really good storytellers, that are not too demanding as far as payment for rights or stuff like that, because we're doing this on a limited budget from the beginning. So people who see a win-win potential here, and Davi is definitely somebody who I've been listening to him on different podcasts since many years, and been reading articles from him. And since the beginning, I thought about, I definitely would like to have stories from him if he's interested. And then we have John Vibes, who's let's say, alternative media journalist and also author, who I've also been thinking since years that's a suitable author. And then,
well, how did you guys? You're in Norway, right?
I'm actually in Bali, in Indonesia. The company is based in, our publishing company is in the UK, but the production is actually done in Indonesia.
So that's who does the I mean, this is like labor. I mean, somebody sit down and head down plow on this. I mean, I imagine, of course, you're managing it and such. But what I'm looking for, where's the talent in the illustration? Davi does a lot of this stuff, but he's not really, working on the illustrations, or is he? I didn't ask him.
No, I'm not doing the graphics on this. I'm just doing writing.
So who's doing the graphics?
I mean, I can tell who's doing the graphics, and maybe Davi can say what he thinks about the quality of it. But let me first mention. So I've found Indonesian graphic artists. They're all from the same university in a big town on Java, the biggest island in Indonesia, and we've been fortunate to hook up and find a group, like a big pool of graphic artists that I would consider to be extremely talented, and it is one of the reasons why we could make something like this on the budget that we do, because in Indonesia people don't expect similar salaries like in the West, although these guys are probably going to make very good money once this is successful, but it has helped us to build it on a limited budget. But maybe, Davi, you can say what you think about the quality level.
The graphics team's been amazing. It's like a whole team of people, and like I'm writing a script, right? So I'm mainly writing dialogue, but then I'll include like a description of a new character or a description of a new background, and like maybe I'll do some Google imaging to say something like this, right? And then, you know, almost right away, it's like kind of magic how fast they work. Like I'll get a draft and it's like, what do you think of this? And I'm like, yeah, that's great, but like add, you know, ears and shoes and whatever, like add whatever. And so like there's this ongoing process that we've got in this chat group of like developing all of the images from step one on until completion.
How do you encourage these graphic artists to participate with future payment or adds to their portfolio for school or their resume, or how do you encourage them to participate?
I mean, they get good payment compared to alternatives, because I mean the wages in Indonesia are just on a totally different level. It is a, let's say, developing country, and yeah, so they're not spoiled, and there are quite many, like it's so many talented graphic designers in Indonesia. Like we're struggling to find as many talented programmers, but art, like that's fantastic here. So
well, Indonesia itself, you know, the area or the country or where of Indonesia is how many people? I thought it was some ridiculous amount, like 100 million or something. I mean, it's a lot, isn't it?
250 million, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's you know, like America. So I mean, you got, you know, America. I don't know how many we claim now, 330 million or something. But you get a couple 100 million. Yeah, I got a pool to pick from. Okay, so I'm just there's a lot of people there without as many opportunities. They got this kind of talent. They want to show the world, so they're getting exposed to the world. So I'm sure they're digging that. Plus, they're cool with their friends. Hey, how many games are you doing worldwide? And that was one thing. You had the release. You decided you go. Oh, Facebook. Do we love Facebook or not? What would we think about Facebook? Ole, tell me about Facebook.
Well, I'm not a big fan. So yeah, I mean, I know you're aware of the situation, but yeah. So just when I was about to publish, basically, then my Facebook account got disabled without any notice, and there's no way that I can contact them about it. They just, it says like it's an automated message which says that I can appeal, which of course I did, and the appeal was represented by me sending a copy of my passport, which I did, and then they said you can expect an email from us shortly, and this was basically in the middle of December, and I've heard absolutely nothing, so that was not 100% optimal, but what can you do?
Okay, so it was you're wanting to release it, you're ready to go with this, and all of a sudden, then Facebook goes, I think we'll decline. You're not allowed to promote or talk anymore because we played your game and I learned too much, or you'll screw with the youth's minds, or they don't have to have a reason. They just cause, you know. So I'm wondering any kind. See, this is what I mean. You want to know why there aren't any freedom-oriented voluntarist games out there? Well, here you go, because they don't want there to be.
I mean, I'm not going to claim that I know the reason why it happened. It was just a very strange coincidence that it happens, especially considering that I'm the author of a story which is really, the whole background for the story, like before it starts, focuses on a world where actually Vermin Supreme is running for president and looks like he could be winning. During that, and that's partially because there's so much limitation of individual freedom and so much data that's being tracked and shared with NSA and stuff like that, and gradually, like people with individual or folks with individual rights, they actually end up voting for comedians who actually seem to make more sense with what they're saying that's serious, and then anyway, so it kind of escalates in different directions because you have something called SafeBook that takes over as your safe space on the internet, where you of course track everything, censor anything that they are sure that you don't want. Of course, you don't have a say in the matter. And then at one point, suddenly there's a giant tsunami that kills the whole population on the Caribbean island, and suddenly Bermin and a bunch of volunteers, they end up moving to that island, but we don't know why. It's going to take a while to find that out. But anyway, so this is kind of the backdrop, and it's in your face from the beginning if you check my story. And it's just interesting because I'm criticizing the social media giants very strongly and very clearly, and then suddenly I'm shut down just before I'm publishing the game about it. So it's a funny coincidence.
Okay, yeah. What do you think, Dov? I mean, there's you're having some satire. You're making fun of social media. You're going, oh yeah, well, you're not allowed.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to fathom any sort of above board reason that they could have done it, because I've been friends with Ole for a long time, and I've never seen anything remotely like violating their terms of service or anything like that. So I don't know what it could be.
Well, violating the terms of service is you violate my feels. You violate. I don't like it. I violate.
Yeah, but there's like you can at least observe a trend about the type of things that Facebook would tend to ban.
Wow,
right?
You think there's a whole bunch of libertarian, freedom-oriented stuff out there? Is that what you're thinking?
No, but that's a perfect example, right? So like all the cop block groups got banned from Facebook, and so you could say, well, if Ole was acting like a cop block group, at least there'd be a precedent. But he doesn't say anything like a cop block group. You know what I mean? Like, they ban fascist groups occasionally, and so maybe you could say there's a pattern. It's like, but there's nothing on Ole's page remotely like a fascist group. So, like, there isn't any smoking gun in this case.
There is to me. Whenever you have a popular genre of access to young minds, and you're not programming them the way that has been predetermined they want, is like it needs to be, rock the vote. I mean, if you're like, voting, this is all big giant thing, in the end of the day we go and we vote, I mean, they jump all over that.
Sure.
If you're going down, you're totally deprogramming what they've been doing in the herd mentality of whatever, and you get a freedom, because how do you unlearn the truth? Once you got the truth, a young mind can't unlearn it. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I was such an advocate of having freedom-oriented games. And even a pew shooter game or something, if the end goal, there was one, it was something about Atlantis, and it had references to Atlas Shrugged and kind of stuff in it, and it was, more traditional.
Not boilerplate, but
yeah, whatever. Well, but anyway,
yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't remember the name. BioShock.
I don't remember the name of it, but it was. I'm going, wow, this is cool, and boom, it's not promoted. They, shut you down. Yeah, so I've seen the pattern. It is a very deep control mechanism. You think you're creative and clever by coming up with something that doesn't violate any terms of any. It just gets them to think. And a lot of that, so we'll go over some of the games here, but getting people to think is the threat. I mean, you, Ole, you're the threat, man. You're going to get young people thinking. We can't have that.
Yeah, no, I mean, you may definitely be right about that. I'm not somebody who tries to, make a strong claim of what happened here, but there's definitely a possibility that you are right, and there's definitely, I'm sure you're right when it comes to their just philosophy in general. Like that, why do this liberty-oriented pages, for example, just get shut down without any notice and have to start off again from the beginning after having millions of likes? Like, that's one reason why John Vibes joined us to begin with, because he could see that he couldn't base his income on writing articles for that sort of sites, because suddenly the revenue just drops to almost nothing because they have to start it all over again. So, I mean, anyway, there are all kind of signals that they're sending that you can observe. And I think you're really spot on when it comes to that. When your target is to try to make young people think, and you actually have something that young people could like and make them want to think, then that's not what these kind of people want. So you may be right on.
I'm not left on. I'll tell you. It's a pattern. I've seen this. They can't encourage this kind of stuff, and even when they do have it, they want it isolated. They put you in your echo chamber. Yes, I've got hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and yada. I go, yeah, but it's the same 100,000 that subscribe to some other thing, and they're not allowing it to go viral. It's not. They keep you compartmentalized and contained, and that containment may get bigger, but it's not. The growth is not the exponential you expect from when things really go viral if it was just left alone. They want to manage us. They want to make. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah.
So it's a lot of. No, I got to have Facebook to get the word out. Now I'm going. No, you don't, because you're not. They're not going to allow it. It's a wasted time. That was one thing that we were going over. In fact, yesterday, last night, while Davi's still here, he leaves in a couple. I leave in a couple days, and he'll be here for a little bit. But the whole thing was what social media. We're going on a big tour bus thing for a year, starting in May, and yada yada yada. And what social media are we going to use? Are we going to use one? And in parallel, we've been developing Freedom's Phoenix for a decade and a half on this. God, since 03, when's that? Or 05. That's 15 years. So 15 years we've been doing this, and it seems like there's nothing really better for what we want to do than Freedom's Phoenix. I mean, we'll put some other social media, we'll have this page and that and so on, but everything that we wanted to do, we'll just do it ourselves. And with IPFS, interplanetary file sharing, Derek has been working on to where all the things that we want to do, it's getting better and faster and more servers for us just to bypass everything and do it ourselves. So I'm going, okay, they'll make us do that, and then they get Starlink and a satellite-based internet or a mesh network, or we're going, peace out and via con Dios, we're going over here because you guys suck, That's what I see is happening, and it's going to be happening worldwide. It's not just it's like the United States is the only market, and then you have, of course, China, and they put up their firewalls, and you got Europe, Africa's coming online, South America start coming online. It'll be worldwide. This is going to be a totally different sea change, and I believe 2020 is the year. This is the time, and to have games and a presence like what you're doing here is a tool for that. How do you guys make money? Do you take sponsorship? Can I sponsor a game? How do I get, I see, I hear you got some pirates out there, somebody, woo, we do some pirating. I want to know, how does someone that's supportive of this get involved and then use it for marketing or some kind of incentive? What opportunities do you have?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's a free-to-play game, which is basically very normal for this type of story-driven games. And I mean, just so to mention it, the story-driven game market, like the choose-your-own adventure novels, the digital ones, it's a very big market for smartphones and tablets. That's one reason why we decided to get into it in the first place. So it's free to play, but for certain content, you need to actually spend money, otherwise you don't get access. So we try to be pretty nice about it, but at the same time, we don't charge a lot for the extra content. So it's a bit like, hey, if you like this and you support it, it's not made by itself, so please also then spend a little bit. And another thing is that we give a certain amount of chapters available per day for free. And if you want to play more than that, then you have to also pay to speed it up. And
so how expensive is it?
Well,
it can be. I want to go through the whole thing. Mission Control, man. I want to get Mission Control. I want to get all the way through it. I go through it. I want to get all the goodies and everything. What's the potential revenue you can get from a single player on that game?
Well, it really depends when they're joining it, because at the moment we don't have so much content in it. But let's say in 6 months, maybe we have something like 20 chapters for Mission Control, and so let's say it costs you $1.50 per chapter. So then you play 20, then that's $30. Then you get all the bonus content for all the chapters. As long as you're patient enough to wait for each like let's say if you're a new player and you want all the 20 chapters at once, then you suddenly have to pay like maybe a few $100 to get all of it.
Now, on all the different games or one individual?
Well, it depends on the amount.
It depends how big and how much. You could spend all your money with you if you wanted to. So we have plenty of opportunities for you to give us money.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I'm not shy about that either. This is not an easy game to make. It costs quite a lot of money.
No. I'm you got I get paid somehow. One of the things is I think where your biggest opportunity is a lot of people entertain themselves and want to do it, and they're supporting the fact that it's promoting freedom, and they're going, look, if you're going to be spending money on a game, get learnified, support this kind of stuff, be the change, because this is, if you don't support this stuff financially, you're not going to get more of it. And a lot of times when I invest or give money, whether I even, play the game or take the time or not, that's not the point. A lot of times I go, all right, here's $30 and I get a game. Okay, cool. To keep making, for people. So I can see this as a cause, a movement, a support for a lot of people that would participate and give money just to have it continue and expand, whether they enjoy doing it or not. It's a genre. So I wouldn't be surprised if you have, half the people supporting what you're doing as an activist thing and never even play the game. I mean, I don't care. Give them money. I want to max out on my and when I got nothing else to do, I'm sitting there. I'm going through the game. Going, cool. Because a lot of these, and that's what I want to do now. I want to go through some of these the games here. Let me pull up. There's a graphic that has all the games sitting there, and we'll go through them one at a time. One thing I did want to mention, the graphic on this surfboard. There's one called Promoter in Paradise.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that about?
You might know better than me. My understanding, because I haven't played it, my understanding is it's sort of the romantic comedy in the bunch.
Yes, it is. We're trying to cater to many different types of audiences because we want diversity, and I would like to have something that's maybe more specifically for women. It doesn't mean that men will not like it or that the women will not like the other stories, but this is kind of like the writer himself calls it a chick flick. So it is basically romantic comedy, but there are two aspects to it that made me feel like, this is still a good fit. And one is that it's exotic, it's in Bali, it's a clash of cultures, that sort of thing. And it is a self-empowering story. Like you're going through the life, you see life through the eyes of a young Balinese woman who's dealing with a tough situation, but also dealing with the tourism and expats and all the stuff, the wild stuff that's going on in Bali. So I like it.
So it's a way to learn about a culture and get a feel for, and then it's a relationship thing and so on. I tell you, the reason I stopped on it, every time this graphic comes up, we're rotating graphics for the audience up here, sells, so it's pretty, is the logo on the surfboard. It's a female shape. It's just I can't stop looking at it. I'm just going, I really like that graphic. It's just an idea of a feminine thing. I get, I just want props to whoever came up with that, surfboard logo. I just like it, So I mean, sometimes things draw, and it's certainly being featured here. But I'm going, give the guy 2 thumbs up. I like it. All right, now let's go ahead. I wanted to find the one that had. There it is. Okay. We want you for our experiment. First one there, Mission Control. Probably have Davi tell me about that one. All right, this is your authoritarian sociopathy thing that you promoted back in the day.
Yeah, essentially. So the premise of Mission Control is that you begin the game as one of 2 sort of military drone pilots, and you're selected for this special, super intelligent top secret program.
Oh, the network's on. We're going to see right when we're getting into the goodie. Then they come on and they do the commercial. Seriously. Okay.
Well, we'll come back after.
Yeah, we'll
break.
come back with it and get that. And we'll go through these real quick. Yeah, one more segment here. I want to get each one of these. And they're all interesting ideas. And I want to make sure people understand why it's a freedom-oriented game and support. We'll be right back.
The overall picture in the real estate market today is one of frustration when you take many factors into consideration. The housing market pundits would have you believe that everything is okay, but the long-term trending on the real estate numbers say otherwise. You are starting to see another wave of commercial and retail center vacancies, which follows a downturn in the residential market. So when you are ready to sell your house, I can help. This is Donna Hancock with Silver Alliance Realty in Phoenix, Arizona, and I can take some of the guesswork out of the home selling process, providing you with market trends in your area and detailing what you can expect before, during, and after the transaction. Being in the real estate business for almost 20 years now has afforded me knowledge of the market, networking with industry specialists along the way, and that includes professionals that can help after the sale to help protect your assets. So let's get moving today. Please feel free to call or message me at 602-828-1819. That's 602-828-1819, or visit my webpage at donnahancock.com.
There are basically two types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call this.
I don't know what's going on with the network. They contacted Donna and said they had to reboot the server or something. But so hopefully they'll come back at the right stuff. Okay, when we come back, I'll go straight to Davi, and he'll finish up on mission control and tell that. And then we're only going to be able to do about a minute, 90 seconds on each one. Okay, Ole?
Sure.
Okay, I have 6 up here. Is that how many there are now?
Yep.
Okay. All right, that's what we'll do. When we come back, Davi will finish up on mission control, and then we'll go straight through these. I have, let's see, it goes... Paper Squares, Purple Stars, we already talked about In Paradise, Beyond Limits, Ghost of Blannaby, and Immortalized. What's Immortalized? I didn't know about that one.
That's my story. And actually it includes a bunch of liberty-oriented people, and even Davi is a character in that one.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I see. That's one thing we got to tell in Mission Control. That looks like Larkin.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta bring that up, you know. So we'll get that in there. All right, we'll be right back.
Own server with a bunch of channels at discord.lrn.fm. You can join other listeners as they chat about various things during our live shows, or anytime, day or night. Discord software is available cross-platform, so you can have it on whatever device you want and take your chats anywhere. Join our Discord at discord.lrn.fm. That's discord.lrn.fm.
I always dreamed of providing the nation with concise recaps of the week's events. One fateful summer in 1934, legendary onion mogul T. Herman Zwiebel was passing through our town to acquire an oil derrick when he overheard me calling in the oxen in my breathy baritone and offered me the opportunity of a lifetime. Yes, from the turbulent war times of the 1940s.
The Onion welcomes the majestic Axis armies as conquering heroes.
To the free-spirited 60s.
And remember, there's nothing more cosmic than keeping your house insulated with Thermoflake brand asbestos.
I can truly say I've been here for the turning of the ages. But now, viewers, my beautiful 19-year-old wife and I will take our much-deserved retirement to my Genevan chateau. I wish all of my detractors empty, destitute lives. And for my allies, I hope for all the pleasures availed by heaven. So, finally, let me say one last time. For more, keep checking theonion.com.
This is the Onion News Network.
Live video of our key New Hampshire-based shows is streamed on DLive. Please follow and share at dlive.lrn.fm. That's dlive.lrn.fm.
Freedom is the answer. What's the question?
I want to break free.
You're listening to Ernest Hancock.
I want to break free.
Rum.
I want to break free from your lies. You're so
uncovering the secrets and exposing the lies. That's what we do. Okay. This is very interesting. I want to get through each of these games here that are available as a one. Because when you do the download, Davi, you just download it, right? Onto your phone.
Yeah, you get it in the app market like any other app on your
Well, how
Android
much
phone.
memory does it take? 47 minutes to download, or is it play off a server? What?
It doesn't take 47 minutes. I don't know the size of the file off the top of my head, but it takes like a couple
Oh,
minutes.
answer that real quick. You know, it's we download it. What am I downloading?
It's about 60 megabytes, and it will be some more gradually as you play through the stories, but you initially download 60 megabytes. So yeah, it's not taking up huge amount of space in the beginning, but if you keep playing, into the next years, then maybe it will take up some space.
Well, I'm not. That was another thing we talked at Porkfest. I'm wondering, you interface or sign in through Facebook. Are you doing that still, or are we sending them data or whatever? How much you love it on Facebook now?
I'm definitely not loving on Facebook, but it is a very practical tool to use. So. We offer the player 3 options. You can log in through Facebook, log in through Google, and sorry, that's the two big brother companies if there ever were any. But then you can also play as guest if you prefer it. So that's how we do it.
So to log into the game, you have to. You can't log in without Google or Facebook. Is that what you're saying?
No, you can log in as guest. Then, but you're still using a device that from either Apple or Google Play. So for Apple or Google, so how much, anyway.
Yeah, that's the access. I'm just wondering, when you say as guest, if I download the game onto my phone, is it all there or is it interacting with the server?
It's interacting with the server. So it gradually downloads different stuff in the background, and then when you play new chapters, then it downloads stuff. So,
but in that download, like you say, it's an app store. It goes through iOS or it goes through Google Play or whatever, and it comports to whatever. Okay, geek stuff. All right. So real quick, mission control. Go, Davi.
So you start out playing a drone pilot, and you're recruited by this agency, Mission Control, and it's sort of like taking authoritarian sociopathy and turning it on its head. Like, the in-universe story is there's this government agency that's trying to use the best psychological research to take control of the planet, because their idea is all conflict is psychological first. And so you, as a test subject, are helping this nefarious agency learn how to control people's minds for the government. But that means that you get to discuss all of the research from the authoritarian sociopathy. You get to discuss the Milgram experiment and the Stanford Prison experiment and all this other research. And I'm going to come up with my own. The first mission is a drone mission that's sort of based on Milgram, but not really. It's an independent thing. But the third chapter, which is the latest one published, is the Milgram experiment. You can just play through it using the same script Milgram used.
Really? Mm-hmm. So this is an educational thing.
Oh yeah.
And you're doing something with the Ghost of Blannaby. Tell that story real quick.
So Ghost of Blannaby, I don't know if how popular it is outside California, but there's a place in California called the Winchester Mystery House that was built by Sarah Winchester, who she's dead now, but she used to own the Winchester Rifle Company. And she believed that her house was haunted by everyone who was ever killed by a Winchester product. And so she built this meandering maze of a house with trapdoors and fake doorways and fake stairways.
To trick the ghosts.
To trick the ghosts. And so the game is premised on the idea that you are one of 4 paranormal investigators, kind of like the Ghostbusters, who go into the Winchester Mystery House and uncover the stories of these ghosts. But, because of that, I get to talk about the history of the Winchester rifle. I get to talk about the history of any figure who's ever been killed by a Winchester and resurrect them as a ghost. And
good, bad, whatever.
Yeah, all of the above, right? And so it's sort of this opportunity to sort of talk about, firearms and the history of firearms, because they call the Winchester rifle the gun that won the West, right? And so, if you've seen a cowboy movie, it was probably a Winchester.
Yeah, it won the West. It won it from somebody.
yeah. But so that's the other thing, right? Is it's an opportunity to talk about Native American history first and foremost. That's the obvious one. But the other thing is Winchester rifles armed the Turkish military, the Korean military. The Winchester rifle has gone all over the world and fought in lots of wars.
It's the the old AK-47.
Yeah. And so, like, if you're going to have this place where all these ghosts end up, you're going to have, like, thousands of ghosts show up in California who have no idea who these other ghosts are and don't even speak the language. So,
well, that's an interesting storyline. Okay, Oleg, tell me about Paper Squares and Purple Stars, my trials and tribulations as a raver or something. I mean, what's that about?
Yeah, that's written by journalist and author John Vibes, who it's based on a true story, although not all of it is actually, what really happened. But he used to organize pretty big rave parties on the East Coast back like 10 to 15 years ago. So this is the story about some of his wild adventures there. And so it's like addressing the war on drugs a lot, and basically how it is to be the outsider in society who's not allowed to do whatever they want with their own bodies, even if they're not harming anybody. Like very, very almost like hippie-like mentality when it comes to how to treat other people, and at the same time they could get arrested and beaten up and getting into all kind of trouble while trying to live, let's say, underground. And in the underground scene also, it's pretty dangerous in many cases because there is no law that protects you. So it kind of takes the player through that kind of setting in a very realistic way, with but also very interesting and exciting storyline. So,
okay,
yeah,
tell me about Beyond Limits.
Yeah, so Beyond Limits is basically set 400 years into the future after the artificial intelligence took over planet Earth and gave humans basically a few decades to get out, and so everybody had to get out, and then they have built up different colonies on different planets based on different religions and nationalities and stuff like that. And then
this sounds like our last letter of Captain Mark, 10th letter we just finished.
Yeah, it's
Beyond Limits, beyond the grasp of the crown.
It's the one I'm excited about. Like that's the one I play for fun. All the other ones I play for work.
Oh, that's cool. Okay. Immortalized, the one that you're behind. That is interesting. I know you told us a little bit about it. Just give us a quickie before we run out of time.
Yeah, so it's basically the story of two young people, one handsome young man and a beautiful young woman who are exploring a lot of things because they want to make a computer game, and in the process they meet a bunch of voluntarists living on this island, and so that includes a bunch of real people actually, so like Vermin Supreme and Professor CJ, even Davi, and Larkin Rose, and a bunch of others. But it also has some kind of Boondock Saints elements to it, with hacking and power elites trying to go after the ones who are trying to uncover the truth and stuff like that.
Every one of these is a reason to ban you on Facebook. I mean, I don't know what the hell you were thinking. It's an accumulation of, if it wasn't one, it sure as crap was an accumulation of them. They're going, and I think we'll decline. You're going to get like the youth thinking and going down a whole hell no on so many hell no levels. Which is all the more reason to download it. So where do they go to download?
Well, I would go via the immortalgames.co.uk website.
Okay, wait. Do that, slower. Immortalgames. What?
Yeah, so immortalgames.co.uk.
.co.uk, right?
Yep.
Okay, so you go immortalgames.co.uk, and the downloads on your phone. How long does it take to download, Doc?
Like a couple minutes.
Couple of minutes. All right. Now, is it ready? Can I go do it now?
You can do it on Android, iOS.
Android and iOS, and I can do it right now. I go there and I get some.
Yeah, for iOS at the end of the week. For Android right now.
Right, Android right now, iOS end of the week. This is just starting, because I've known you guys have been working on it for at least, I've known about it. Well, it hasn't been that long. It was
Porkfest at least.
Yeah,
It's
so
6
it was
months.
spring. Yeah, it's gone pretty fast. When did you?
I started 3 years ago.
Wow, is it coming out better than you thought it would? Good? You're happy? What?
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm very happy. That's why it's taken so long. People have been waiting for a long time, and now it's finally out. And it's because we wanted to make it awesome, and we think it is.
Awesome! Get some awesome. ImmortalGames.co.uk.
Revealed that legislation.
There we go, Ole. Sorry about the rough start, but we got it in there.
Yeah, sorry from my side too. I have some sound issues as well. But yeah, no, that was great.
Yeah, this is we'll get later today. Donna will send you the copy of the show. You'll get the MP3 and the video that we produced with having the cells up here and so on, so people can see how it looks. It looks awesome, and I'm really glad that you got some enthusiastic people to work with you on it, and I think they're getting a great platform to demonstrate their abilities and it's just a wide variety. I mean, each one of these is so interesting. The rave thing, you would think that you wouldn't know or think that but you want to learn something. Like, in Paradise, you learn about a culture, you learn about different age, you get some geography in there, you get some social differences and some country. It's awesome way. There's going to be people, countries, places, locations, companies, whatever is going to pick me. We want you to do one of ours and sponsor, and as long as we get our logo on the surfboard or something. I mean, I can already see marketing opportunities here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're even planning to offer that some people could pay to get their character as part of one of the stories.
Hell yeah. I want to be thinner. I want to be...
Well, Ernie could easily be Francis Mundy because he's a radio host.
Who's Francis Mundy? Which one's that?
He's the narrator of Ghosts of Blannaby. He's the guy, you've probably seen him in some of the clips up there where he's sitting behind his microphone, he's got his mobile studio with his projector and all that stuff. And so he's both the most popular morning radio show in Blannaby, California, but he's also the narrator of the show.
So that guy,
the narrator
right there.
of the story. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, he's thinner. All right, so
he's older though.
Let's make sure you say that. This is I'm really excited about this because I know I've been hearing the development of it and kind of how it's been going from Davi, and I'm excited about it. And I know that what really got me interested, and I wanted to talk to you, is when Facebook, right when you're getting ready and you're going to launch, you got the world in, and not so much, Yeah. And I'm going, yep. Did it surprise you though? I mean, were you really surprised, or just pissed, or inconvenienced, or what?
I mean, yeah, it did surprise me because I've been on Facebook for so long, and I didn't really see that coming. But now, in retrospect, like, if you are correct that it was intentional,
of course it was intentional. Wow. We've had this conversation at Porkfest. You remember?
Yes.
I'm going, look, man, I'm telling you that you're whatever. Anyway, so I'm not. Yeah, I got to say it. Told you so. Told you so.
You're actually right. You're right about that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, the thing is, even if that happens, like, as you can see, we don't try to utilize that as even as leverage.
Hell yeah, which is why you're on, and I'm making a big deal out of it because you're impactful enough, you had enough good content, you are disruptive enough for that to happen. That is what the deal is. To me, I'm going, yep, they wouldn't ban somebody that wasn't effective. What are they going to do? Ban you because it's bad graphics? Ban you because the story was boring? Ban you? No, they ban you because it is compelling, because it is informative, because it is transformative. It is going to have an impact. It is a genre and a method by which to do exactly what you wanted to do, and they go, damn it, if this gets out, we're in trouble. Well, all the more reason for us to make sure it gets out. And starting in May, Don and I are a year on the road. We're doing the Love Bus Liberty Tour, man. We're going, for a year and be what's up. And I guarantee that I want to have a little bit of something to share. And one of the things in the pass out you need to know about Immortal Games, okay? So we'll work on something. We'll make sure we get some props out there for you, okay?
I appreciate it a lot. Like seriously, I thank you for the article, and there will be more articles coming up as well. There will be many more interesting chapters coming up where it could be natural topics to discuss. And yeah, I very much appreciate your support and for inviting us.
Yeah, we get enough graphics and enough press and enough logo. We got a good presence for what we're doing. The Liberty Bus thing, it could be a thing.
You could even put the bus in one of the games. Yeah, that's
hell. It could be a game.
Yeah.
All right. I'm in. All right, good job, Ole. I'm glad. I'm sorry you went through a bumpy thing, but I'm kind of glad you did, because if you didn't, or it happened later, it would be much more damaging. And now you can see the vulnerability of being dependent on these guys, and you need to bypass it. And we have. And that's one reason why the timing on what we're doing is so important, because I can see they can always control your ISP. They can always control your how you distribute. They can always control by what you do and do not have access to. Okay, well, I won't say or do this or play that if you'll please let me. No, that was the whole thing, is to get past that kind of control. So I'm going, okay, this is, I see that this happening at this time was perfect. Is that I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a fun thing. You just keep doing what you're doing, okay? Are you guys going to be all right? You got enough resources to get you going and launch, or you like, all right, everybody start giving me money?
Well, I wouldn't mind if people would play the game, and we probably need to raise some more money again pretty soon, because this has taken way longer and cost more money than we had expected. But anyway, what we will hope for people to do is to share it, invite friends, and basically, support us in any way they can. And what you're doing is, of course, huge, and there will be others that will do similar things. And we'll see what we can do. What the community, the freedom-oriented, whatever ad banner do, we'll do something. I'm feeling it. Yeah, I'm feeling it. All right, I got to get to my next guest, Ole. Hey, thanks a lot. Congratulations on getting this far and getting ready and launching and so on. We'll see what we can do to help. Thank you very much.
You bet. Peace, brother.
Talk to you later.
Take care.
Bye.
A new report by the Department of Health and Human Services has found that the average male is 4,000% less effective in fights than he imagines, casting powerful doubts on many men's claims that they could take someone out in 2 seconds or smash a guy's face in with their fist.
On average, men describing hypothetical fights overestimated their level of combat skill by a factor of 40, with 80% of males incorrectly predicting they could mess a guy up real bad with one solid punch to the jaw. During actual physical altercations, however, these men were statistically more likely to end up hurting themselves, or, most commonly, trying to diffuse the tension by nervously saying, "Hey man, let's all just calm down, okay?" before any fighting even came to pass.
Researchers discovered that men were significantly weaker than they verbally indicated while chatting with friends in bars and locker rooms, and that men who were 90% sure they could tear someone a new asshole tended to succeed in fewer than 1 in 10 fights.
This is the Onion News Network.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Today, let us make them remember. We are not afraid!
And the fear, and declare your independence from me, Ernest Hancock, and Phoenix on A from the beautiful studios of Freedom's Phoenix.com. Oh, you missed that the first hour. Yeah, the network was down. It got back in. That was interesting. Immortal Games. I enjoyed that. That's going to be, we're going to keep up with that one. Dr. Frank Tambury is late on Zoom. Is he doing? He's not. Is he there? You there, Frank? Frank.
Waiting for it.
Oh, there he is. Didn't have the button. I was like, oh, he can't even be on time on Zoom from his living room. I'm like, oh, man. All right. So you want me to start this video, right?
Yeah, just the first couple seconds. Check it out.
All right. We're going to start doing this video. Let me see. Do I got the right? Okay, it's on. Okay, here we go.
Folks, France is blowing up. I mean, we're talking tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people taking to the streets in Paris and Lyon and other cities over the last 24 hours in protest of the Macron government and its insistence on going ahead with pension reforms that are hurting the working class. So we're going to be looking at precisely what the protesters are so concerned about and why it all reflects nothing short of an implosion in Macron's support and approval. The latest polls are out, and let's just say things couldn't get worse for Macron. If you stick with me to the end, I got a great free gift for you, so stay tuned. Greetings, everyone.
Okay, so this is
happy Saturday.
I'm looking at a big, mob here, and that is like that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. So this is what, Paris?
Yes, that's Paris. That's France. France is melting down. And again, welcome everyone. This obviously with the Trump report, we deal with a lot of international issues as well. It's not just about Donald Trump; it's the nationalist populist wave around the world, starting with Brexit, followed up with Donald Trump, and then the EU. And for those of you listening to the show a while, you know that hat trick which has been going on. So anyway, the EU has been melting down. France, and we've talked about in the past in detail, but France and Germany have been sort of the power team that's been driving the globalist movement of the EU for decades. So Germany sort of had the capital and the money, and France sort of had the mouth and the cultural influence. The hoity-toity, that kind of, after all, it's French and French perfume. It must be elite. The elitists love that sort of thing. I'm being a little condescending with it, but it's kind of true. The French had the image, the Germans had the money, and those two were the power couple pushing the EU. And finally, it broke. George Soros, just this past week at some speech, came out and he admitted he knows his life's work trying to turn this whole world into the globalist, one world order is falling apart. He admitted at a conference that this 2020 election of Donald Trump will basically make or break the future of the world. And then this is George Soros. I mean, he sees exactly what people have been talking about. And France has been a very critical part to this because being that it had to be of one of the power couples in this. The French revolt is what the whole EU is watching. Now that Brexit occurred, it's given more life to the French riots. The yellow vest riots that we've covered on Freedom's Phoenix since last year. I think it was October or so. I don't know if for those of you that haven't been following this, there have been many of the of what normally would be Democrats in this country. We'd call them just Democrats, kind of like Bernie Sanders, regular blue dog Democrats in this country. Well, you had those same people in France, and they always supported kind of like the leftist candidates. Well, what started happening was a number of policies that began to be against their interest, just like what's happened here in America, which is why so many blue dog Democrats switched to Trump. The union people and the steel workers, all the people that I predicted Trump would win in 2016. That's why, of course, I still have that $1 bill. But anyway, with that said, is that's exactly what's happening in France. Is that the blue dog quote Democrats, and I forget whatever party it is, but it's the same thing. They basically started to rise up against their own leadership. Finally, in around October, they increased a fuel tax. And a fuel tax is kind of like the tea tax here in the British colonies, during our time. That's what happened. They increased the tax on fuel, and it hit all of the urban areas, the farmers, all of the people that they assumed would always vote, quote, French Democrat. And they said enough is enough. And they all came out in these riots starting in October. Every single day, or at least every weekend, they would riot in France, Paris, the different cities within France. And it kept going. It's been ongoing. And of course, our media will never cover it. Well, finally, Brexit occurred, which showed the backbone that you can get your way. The people can get their way if they stand up to it. And of course, Brexit is a whole other area. And by the way, Brexit, they tried, the left in England tried every parliamentary trick to just keep putting riders on the bill of Brexit for like a couple days. And finally, the backbone of the right said, no, no, no. And every time that you try to submit any sort of rider to kind of disclaimer for Brexit, we will vote it down because we have the clout to do it. So Brexit was passed this past week as well with a clean, absolute clean Brexit with nothing to it. In other words, the left have lost so much power there, they couldn't even put just one little coda onto it, which shows that they are done. And so that Brexit went finally the way that people wanted all along, if not even more so than would have been passed a couple years ago. And so that has been a signal to the world, especially in the EU, that the people are retaining their power. And that is now what's given even more momentum to the French. They also screwed up something else with Macron, which is the president of France. And then they started having riots against Macron. He wound up going to a theater like 2 weeks ago. He went to I don't know if it was a movie theater or like I don't know, it could have been a play or something. He went to a theater, and so many people rioted outside the theater. He had to be ushered out by helicopter, I think, because the rioters, he couldn't even finish the play. And that was a huge event. The fact that he's being chased out by his own followers, by his own people. They're turning on him. And then the following week, what you're seeing on that video, Ernie, is what's happening. It's like the 1 million person march. People are flooding. It's the largest demonstration, I think, in French history in which they know. They just came out at once. That is France. And of course, you turn on CNN, you're not going to see that. You're not going to see it. Heck, even Fox News isn't really covering it, unfortunately. It's about impeachment. But that is the meltdown, what's happening in the EU, and it's happening in other countries as well, in Europe and around the world.
Okay, let me. How much time we got? All right. In last minute here of this segment, I want to go ahead and just some of the headlines on Freedom's Phoenix, just so you kind of get an idea what's going on.
Sure.
Global warming versus solar cooldown. The showdown begins in 2020. What they're talking about is they finally got, look, it's been like a few months and we got a couple of sunspots. Yay, there's some activity. The solar cycle goes about I think it's 11, 13 years or something. And then there's, a difference in the sun's climate, but it's been cooling down over a day. Well, they're going global warming. What happens when it gets cold? It's starting to get cold, and it may have some crop failures and a bunch of stuff. And we're going to be cold, wishing for some global warming coming this spring. So what happens is you have the Renaissance where people had a lot of food. You come out of the Dark Ages, it was all about the sun. Then you got Hillary claims Facebook conspiring to re-elect Trump. So she's saying that, we got the repo market explained. We have Manhattan luxury home prices have plunged. They're going down. Something's cracking. Congress is now funding controversial geoengineering Plan B to spray particles. The chemtrails, now it's a congressional thing. How nuts are you now? It's keep going and going.
From the first letter of Dr. Idris Barber, I've healed many landlubbers, but could have healed countless more if they were willing to break the law to preserve themselves. The Crown required that I obey leeching privateers who didn't share my oath to do no harm. I was forbidden from discussing the treatments I knew patients needed. The Crown claims to protect landlubbers from bankrupting medical expenses, but only seduces them into begging for relief, while privateers monopolize the management of chronic illness. This royal alliance has constructed a medical hegemony that denies science, discredits alternative remedies, and mandates unwanted treatments, while callously ignoring the victims dying on waiting lists. They have produced a society increasingly addicted, impoverished, diseased, and suicidal. My conscientious objections and medical ambitions required not only seeing this cage, but leaving it. That's why I raised my black banner. Among pirates, the Crown's tantrums are irrelevant. You own your body without qualification. Open ocean medicine enables healers and customers to build a relationship of mutual consent. Prices decrease, quality increases, and physicians become as accessible as barbers. Customers determine their own medical care, whether that's experimental treatments, prohibited plants, controversial procedures, bootleg pharmaceuticals, or even the right to die. Any system of command and control is rejected. In time, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, genetic engineering, and cybernetic prosthetics could take the human condition beyond our imagination. Medical augmentation could eliminate aging, enhance intelligence, and erase our fundamental physical limitations. With the crown in our wake and the individual at the helm, we are free to pursue an unfettered life. Need decentralized solutions to centralized problems? Join the conversation at pirateswithoutborders.com.
Why did you move to...
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. That's bitcoin.com.
There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around.
Okay, when I come back, there's a couple other stories I want to hit too. Hillary Clinton admits she feels the urge to run against Trump and says she would win. California, this is kind of a France thing. California sued after concealing $320 billion in annual state payments. Just a few of the serious financial problems facing California include unfunded public employee pension promises, a potential state credit downgrade, an unprecedented homeless crisis, and a net outmigration of 912,000 residents since 10. Really? Damn. Okay. So this is California start losing congressional seats as they get into the next census. So I wonder who gets lopped off. I pick, that's hard. Pelosi, Schiff, Box. I mean, there's line them up. But anyway, so the thing is that what's going on in France is what's happening in California right now. So I don't know how protesting would do you any good, or bitching they're going to be rioting or something. So
well, it's interesting. It's interesting too. I didn't mention maybe when we come back. Quick.
Oh, and also the last one is the Chinese define censors mocking their bungling the virus response or something. So they don't care. We're going to bitch anyway.
Have you had the doctor that comes on your show after me typically? Has she talked about the coronavirus?
Yeah, she did. She we talked about it a little bit. She says it's a variant of. All right, here we're coming back.
264-2800, 602-264-2800, and now Ernest Hancock.
All right. Genesis, man. Phil Collins is yummy. All right. A couple of the stories I didn't get to real quick when we were going at the end of the break. I wanted to. California is being sued after concealing $320 billion in annual state payments. I don't know concealing what from whom, but what it's about is their their financial problems with the California unfunding or not funding enough their public employee pension promises. This is pick us, vote for us. Everybody got a job, and we're going to pay everybody, and everybody's taxing everybody to pay everybody. And it's not working anymore. The math, finally ran out. So now all these promised employee pensions the government to pick us is falling apart. They have the state credit is being downgraded. The homeless crisis is freaking out of control, and they have a net outmigration of 912,000 residents since 2010. So that means that California is losing population and will lose representation in Congress. They're going to probably lose 1, 2, or more. They're going to do whatever they can do to try and, I don't know, they're going to be counting a bunch of immigrants or something to keep their numbers up or whatever they got to do. So the census guys going around, they're going to be banging on some doors and, shaking down some, I don't know, mountain lions get counted or something, because they're going to lose congressional seats, and California not going to like that none too much.
What the thing is, what was interesting with them is how the left, especially there in California, it's like they put all of their chips on black. They went all in on a strategy, which was to basically to stock up the and stack up, that is, the Supreme Court and the federal judges, so that they could get rid of the Electoral College and have amnesty. And if they're able to do that, then of course all of these illegals that they've been harboring with these sanctuary cities would therefore all become voters, and therefore that was their ultimate gameplay. But
that was their ultimate game plan.
They're playing, exactly, and it's all collapsing around them in all sorts of ways, between the judges, the Supreme Court, which is probably going to be permanently for generations, more conservative, or at least constitutional. We'll see. You're going to have all this fall apart. All of their tax base is leaving the state, as you're talking about, and all they'll be left with after this entire strategy, this whole risk play, which they did, is a state which is isolated and marginalized from the rest of the country, with nothing but people that are defecating on the streets, and with plagues and no tax base, and these illegals that they don't even know who's actually there. It's unbelievable to watch karma. Karma's a bitch, isn't it? It's amazing.
I'm looking at what's happening in China. Here's one of the stories.
Sure.
Furious Chinese defy censors to mock local leaders over bungled virus response. A few hours ago, the New York Times published an interesting story about how China's population, known for assiduously self-censoring their speech online, is refusing to be silent in the face of the rapidly accelerating of the spread of the coronavirus. And yeah, Dr. Judy Mikovits, she did talk about it. She goes, it's the SARS virus. It's the same thing. It's just a mutation of it or something. And
there's a big difference with SARS. You know what the big difference is?
I don't know. People die or something. I don't know.
No. What is significant in these two viruses is that SARS was more like a standard virus, and that it had an incubation stage of about 4 to 5 days. And again, give or take a couple days. This one is double. It's 10 to 14 days is the incubation, which means that you could be walking around for over a week, not even know it, and be basically passing it to everyone around you.
Yeah.
That is what makes this exceptionally dangerous, or at least as far as the spreading. Now, granted, if you're under 50 years old, your immune system is strong enough. It's not like this is the Walking Dead plague and people just dying on the street. Although there are some videos from China of people supposedly who are just collapsing in the street. Whether that's fake news or not, I don't know. But the thing is, it's a virus, and if you have a weak immune system, it could create a problem, especially in the senior homes, in America or most places, that could be a problem. But the issue is that the incubation is exceptionally long. There's a game. I want you guys to check this out. I don't get plugged. I'm not making money to say this. There's a little video game, an app on my iPhone or my iPad I play whenever I'm traveling on an airplane. It's my thing I do on airplanes. All right. It's called Plague Inc. If you just look it up right now, Plague Inc. This game has actually won all sorts of awards. It's actually used in think tanks supposedly for health services groups. It's fascinating. Basically, you are in control, and you are the virus, and your job is to infect the world. And it's all evidence based the way this is set up, and every metric in there is based off of real science about how viruses and bacteria mutate. And basically the parameters are in there as far as incubation period, about if the virus or a bacteria, which works different, or even a fungus. Also, you can plug in or determine whether if it's more airborne, if it's through saliva. I mean, every single component. And you therefore try to battle the humans before they can amass a response. Fascinating game, guys. I'm telling you, it's
this is what I was getting to.
But this is the point. Anyway, go ahead. I got off topic. But
what Judy was talking about is that you have these parameters that you're talking about. It's how long are you contagious, and how are you contagious? Is it airborne? Is it bodily fluids? Is it it's all these different things. This is airborne, and it can go in. I guess that you breathe it in. People coughing, that kind of stuff. Why all these more than most, and I just is this so they can get rid of all the old people collecting Social Security? I mean, no, the government wouldn't do that. That'd be wrong. And then,
there's been some thinking, and some conspiracy theories out there. And again, conspiracies can be correct. That it's actually a weapons virus. It's it's a weaponized virus by the Chinese, which escaped. So some people believe that that's actually what this is because it's such a unique virus with that incubation. Of course, on the flip side, the argument against that is that the Chinese released already the DNA code for it, which you would expect they probably wouldn't have done if it was, if it was actually engineered. So who knows with that? The other thing is, and by the way, Ernie, this is
wasn't it being studied in China there, and they were warned not to do it or to get out, or you guys don't have the protocol or something? They're trying to blame the Chinese for researching it and then letting it get out. Is that the story or what?
I don't know if that's where it's come from, but I know it's been speculated that may have been, a Chinese, warfare kind of virus. But we just don't know right now. And by the way, I want to make a correlation for a second to Chernobyl in a moment. Actually, I guess when we come back. But I want to point. And you know what? Let's just end it there. When we come back, I do want to correct a bit the transmission, at least of what we know. It doesn't seem to be airborne as much as we thought, which is a good thing. But we'll talk about it during the break, I guess.
It's going to be interesting to see. It's had an impact on stock market. Oh, my God, it affected the stock market. That's the excuse. Oh, okay.
Well,
we'll
case
find
was
out.
just found in Tempe yesterday. It's here in Tempe.
We're afeared.
If you're looking for work, you know what...
Man, you're just going to... music starts. Shut up. All right. So we have, I saw Arizona. We had some story up there. Somebody, was it a Chinese student or just a guy or somebody or what?
I don't know who they are. No.
Okay. Well, I see the game here. While you were talking, I was playing the video of the game.
Oh, you are?
know.
Oh, it's a great Ernie. This game is fantastic. It's more than a game. I
remember you telling me about it before, or showing me or something. But it's the parameters that you have. How is it transmitted? How serious is it? And then how long or in what way are you contagious? So you change those parameters and you just go, well, there's some guy in a lab at DARPA and something doing, CDC or something playing exactly that, working and creating the virus of, so the elite know that they can wipe out everybody when they're pounding on the walls. That they wouldn't do that. That'd be wrong,
Well, the thing is with the game is, it's interesting because you start to get a sense of what parameters or what combination of parameters put together can really overwhelm the population, and how a virus or a bacteria can get out of control so quick depending on certain parameters. And one of the most significant is the incubation of the lag time. And that's why this is that's why I had to point that out. SARS is 4 or 5 days. This is 10, 12 days. This is significantly different. So it could actually get around the world very quick. And even people who were kind of saying, this is the next government scare tactic, SARS, even some conservative and libertarian people that I listened to who thought this was a nothing burger, I already knew this was a little bit different. And not that I think it's The Walking Dead or anything like that, but I kind of knew as a doctor why the incubation was a big deal. And now just yesterday, many of those sites are saying, this might be worse than we actually thought, or at least more of a concern, which means it could go around the world quicker than anyone would even know. And the thing is, not to scare people, but if this has that kind of transmission and that lag time, then you absolutely need to have a quarantine. At least a quarantine, not because everyone's dying around you, but simply just to shut down contact for almost a week, just to let this thing just burn itself out. And then you go. Now, the thing is, then people are going to rush to the store if we have a quarantine. I could easily see a quarantine in this country or certain main areas just to shut it down. Of course, trying to not get people to panic. But if people don't have reserves and they have to all run to the store getting canned goods, I hopefully it doesn't turn to a panic. But I have to say, I could actually see this happening just for safety reasons. That's all. Not because the world's ending.
Well, I'll come back with some numbers and everything. When they do all this, it's a matter of perspective. It's just how they can scare people. Instead of, all right, people, you take your oregano oil and, the colloidal silver spray around in the fog of your house of, blah, 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 blah. They never do that. They never, talk about, preventative and just being healthy and, have an extra carrot or take a vitamin or vitamin C or any kind of natural immunity. They don't do that. So I'm looking at the numbers. All right, SARS, just like 03 thing, blah, blah, blah. They list every country. It was mostly China had 5,300 infected and 348 die. So I'm going, all right, what was this big giant, oh my God, we're all going to SARS die. 8,437 people infected that they counted and 813 deaths. So I'm going, okay, I mean, it sounded like a bad flu. And then of those 813, how old are they? Who are they? All right, who we're talking about here.
Twitter.lrn.fm.
There are those that just want to be left alone, and those that just won't leave them alone. Which one are you? The Ernest Hancock Show.
Oh, the shadow of the mushroom cloud. Oh, let me heard. Yeah! What are we fighting for here on Declare? Your independence, me, Ernest Hancock. I tell you. Oh, you got just time to say your prayers while we're waiting for the hammer to fall. Oh, we got it's one thing after a freaking another, and now we got the disease of Chinese, and they got it from they like eating bats. That's what did it, or maybe it was the badgers, or maybe it was the the snakes, or maybe it was the inbred rat. I mean whatever they eat some pretty interesting things, but it's like watching a Star Wars movie in the barbecue or something. So I'm going, all right. Chinese gonna do it to us again. Well, they jumped on it, but I've been through this many times before when you get to be my age. So what happened was there were 8,437 infections that were recorded when the SARS thing hit. And that was just as big a deal. They were oh my God, we're all going to die. And there was 5,300 in China. So they were like, yep, here we go. Now in China, they had 348 deaths there, and in Hong Kong it was 290 whatever. So it's like 600 and something people died with the SARS thing in the China area. Now that's 600 and something China, 813 worldwide. So this was a China thing, and I'm going, okay, why? Is it their diet? Is it they were more exposed? They didn't talk about it. They were secret. They didn't something. What? They're crowded on. They got a bunch more public transportation. That could have something to do with it. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons. The thing is that I'm going, okay, this you don't want to take this stuff lightly, but what is the solution? A strong immune system. Wash your freaking hands. General hygiene. That's what cured a whole bunch of diseases. Is just, I think I will, not keep this dirty diaper, in my bedroom. I mean, whatever. It's general hygiene. Now, what happens is this is, as serious as it may be, I know that a strong immune system and getting some colloidal silver, that's right, ppm, silvercosmetics.com. Yeah. So this is going to be, I think, an awakening for a lot of people that, as much as we prep and much as we go into Lone Prairie and as much as we try to, what numbers would scare you? That worldwide, we're in China, a billion people in the city, they're getting sick. I mean, when they actually start dropping dead, you got a Ebola-like recovery of everybody that gets it, I don't know, 7 out of 10 people die if you get it or something like that. And I keep feeling they're trying to scare me to the point that they just have the FDA declare that they got some kind of Ebola vaccine. And I'm not seeing Ebola as a big, giant, oh my God, concern of, millions of people or something, but they're wanting to spread it with a vaccine. And I'm going, that's not how you get rid of stuff. So what are your thoughts, Frank? Is this something, what's the number we should be worried about? When we should care?
Well, it's not, like I was saying off the air, this is not a deadly disease per se. It's just if you have a weak immune system. And I'll give you guys, not to give official medical advice, but it's worth the price of admission here. I'm going to give you probably the number one treatment I learned in all 4 years of medical school, which deals with, it's called the anti-plague formula. We've chatted about it in the air in the past, but I'll mention it.
I have used it.
Yes, it's very good, and I will talk about that. But I want to just point out that it's not that this is not Ebola. It's not The Walking Dead or such. However, I did say off the air during the break that I could see, and just to tell you, everyone take a breath, I could see having quarantines even in America, because we just had a case here in Tempe. I think there's one in New York. I mean, we're going to start seeing it in like here in the rest of the world and America, because it has this 10, 14-day incubation. It's incredible. So it's going to just run around the world quicker than anyone can even catch up to it. Thank God it's not that deadly. But the problem is that something like this keeps continuing. If it mutates, in which viruses can, if it becomes more dangerous, then it's riding on the back or inside of a virus that has a 14-day incubation, 10-day on average, and that could be a problem. But overall, it's not that deadly. But I could see it would make sense to quarantine, only because if you can keep everyone home for, let's say, 1 week, this whole thing will blow over and pretty much extinguish itself. The problem is, how do you have a quarantine without freaking people out and people thinking the end of the world, because you know how the media and everyone else is going to take it. So that's sort of the double-edged sword on how to deal with this. The other thing I want to point out, and by the way, this is a story in flux. So if I'm wrong on this, you guys have to check it out yourself. But you mentioned it being airborne. It might be, but I know what they're finding. It seems to be not as airborne as we thought. It seems to be more tactile, because the health practitioners that began getting it, even when they took precautions, that they seem to be getting it through their eyes. And so now what everyone's doing, everyone's wearing goggles now, because it seems like it was transmitted through just touching your eye through the fluids of your eye. Now, that doesn't mean it's the only way that it can get there, but it makes sense why this disease has gone to other countries and has not taken off in the countries it's been reported at as easily. You would think it would already have taken off if it was that airborne. So it seems to be, we're not positive, it could be airborne, but whatever it is, we know it can go through the eyes, and therefore it also is you need close contact with somebody. So it's another reason, it's a good sign that you have to be in close contact, which again, if you have a quarantine and shut it down and people don't talk to each other, or they're not at parties, they're not going to work or whatever it is for a week, this whole thing can blow over very quickly. So I just wanted to point that out. And of course, we'll find more information as time goes on. I want to also mention that the anti-plague. So this is if guys get pencil and paper or get your iPad out, here we go. So the anti-plague is an extremely popular therapy in naturopathic medicine. And it's one of the few that there's documentation on. There's research, or actually history we found recorded, that people during the times of the bubonic plague used this in certain boroughs in Europe. And wherever they used it, it seemed to be that the death rates went down whenever they used this concoction. Okay, now you don't hear about it much because you can't sell it to anybody. It's not something that you can make money on because you can't patent it. And here we go. You can make it for like $2. All
right, everybody get your pen out. Get ready.
Get the pens out. And what this is, it's antimicrobial. It's antiviral. Remember, antibiotics are not antiviral. This is antiviral, antimicrobial, antifungal. It enhances the immune system and circulation. And everything I said is backed by evidence-based based off of some of the ingredients. So here we go. So it's a number of, you just go to the food store. You get garlic. You get onion. Okay, white or red. Most doctors prefer the red if it matters, but let's go with red. Horseradish root. Okay, not the horseradish in the jar. Okay, you get the fresh root. Sometimes you have to go to an Asian market if they don't have it up the street in Safeway. Then you get apple cider vinegar. Those are the main 4 ingredients. Those 4 you blend together, food processor, whatever.
In equal
and equal parts. It's not rocket science, just equal parts. The trick is that when you get done, the consistency should be like applesauce. Of course, it will not taste like applesauce.
Nope.
And then when you finish that, then you have the secret 5th ingredient, which is cayenne pepper. And we always leave that separate because you do not want cayenne pepper equal parts. So you put the cayenne pepper, a couple pinches last at the end. You mix it all up. And that's the anti-plague formula.
Okay, now I got garlic, red garlic, I got horseradish root, and I got, what was the third one?
It's garlic, red onion, or horseradish root, apple cider vinegar, and then those are equal parts, and then cayenne pepper, a few pinches at the end. Now you can make a whole batch of it. Normally that we recommend a large batch because that way you can take it for a while. You could give it to your family so that everyone in your family is being immune, while at the same time, you all smell just as bad. Also, it stays in your fridge for a long time because nothing grows on it. And lastly, as far as the dosage, about a teaspoon to tablespoon 3-4 times a day, at least.
Okay, I'm going to put this in the second hour, right at the top, in the second hour archive for today's show on January 28th, so you can have it.
Are you feeling confused about the current economic reports that dominate the headlines? Not sure if this is a good time to buy or sell your home, or feel like the process can be overwhelming and confusing? This is Donna Hancock with Silver Alliance Realty in Phoenix, Arizona, and I can take some of the guesswork out of the home buying or selling process, providing you with market trends in your area and detailing what to expect before, during, and after the process. A home is a place where the most important moments in your life happen, so making sure that you know exactly what to expect along the way helps to ensure that you have control. The future is here, so let me help you move forward with your real estate needs. Being in the real estate business for almost 20 years now has afforded me knowledge of the market, networking with industry specialists along the way. Now more than ever, you need an agent that can help you make sense of what many think is a complicated and mysterious process. Feel free to call or message me at 602-828-1819. That's 602-828-1819. Or visit my webpage today at donnahancock.com.
Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the...
Okay, how do you spell cayenne? Frank? Hello. All right, guess I can go find out myself. Cayenne. Okay, garlic. I guess it's not red garlic, it's red onion. So garlic, red onion, horseradish root, equal amounts blended to consistency of applesauce, then a pinch of cayenne. And I'll add to that. And it's called anti-plague formula. Anti-plague. Can't spell for crap. The anti-plague, I've done this before. And, Dr. Frank, and we were, years ago when we first and stuff, and we were doing it, and it seemed to work for me. So, anti-plague. How did I spell it? Plague. Okay. You there?
There I am.
Okay. So you call it anti-plague
formula. Mm-hmm.
All right. How do I spell plague? Plague.
U-E. Uh-huh.
Plague. Okay. Okay. Anti-plague formula. Okay. Garlic, red onion, horseradish root, equal amounts, blended to consistency of applesauce. Add a pinch of cayenne pepper. Is that it? What else was it?
Yeah. That's it. That's it. Yeah.
All right.
And then take it about it. If you're small, a teaspoon. 3-4 times a day. If you're a larger person, tablespoon. I also usually just point it in. You can take it straight. You can put it over toast. You can make it over a salad, like a salad dressing. Those are other good ways to get it down.
Suggested just suck it up and take it, or put it in.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you can, if you're Italian, if you like it like me, but sometimes those are the ways for it to work. And also, I hate to sound like a damn attorney, but make sure you put in there it's not medical advice. Consult your doctor. Blah blah blah. Right?
Yeah, I just put it up there, and do it, don't do it. I don't care. All right, hold on. Here we go.
.fm. And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
Plague formula. I'm going to put it up here and push the button there. It's going to be up there in the second hour, but we got to say, this is not the cure forever and all kind of. I don't care. All right, I've used it. It's not going to kill you. Well, this is what I would make fun. I'd say, I go, you know how you know it's working because you're not dead. It wakes you up. You take this, and if you can survive the anti-plague formula, you can survive anything. I mean, because, man, it is strong. It's garlic, red onion, horseradish root, and you blend it until it's the consistency of applesauce. Put a pinch of cayenne pepper in it. Take a spoonful 4 times a day. Okay?
Hey, Ernie, you forgot the apple cider vinegar.
Apple cider vinegar. I asked you. You told me it wasn't. Okay, apple.
Thanks, Terry Major. Terry Major texted me. He's paying attention. Thanks.
Cider vinegar. All right. God, man, I keep spelling vinegar. No. How do you spell vinegar? You don't know? You there, Frank? Frank. I'm losing you, Frank. Have I lost you, Frank?
I'm here.
What are you doing? Okay, how do you spell vinegar? Come on, vinegar. Vinegar. All right, that's what I needed to know. There we go. Vinegar. All right. Apple cider vinegar. I add that in there. How much apple cider vinegar?
Like I said, equal parts, so that the consistency is applesauce. That's just kind of the rule of thumb.
Okay, so apple cider vinegar is the same weight as the other stuff, or
yeah, just equal parts. Like I said, just you add as much so it looks like applesauce.
All right, whatever. So this is I've done it before, and you just leave it all season in your refrigerator. Let me put it this way: it don't go bad. Yeah, it'll last, and it's strong, but. Yeah, because Grandma says.
Yeah, I don't want to get too bogged down on this whole topic, but I tell you, the garlic and the onion are the two most powerful. I mean, they all have their components, but they have what's called disulfide bonds, and they actually help go after the bonds that are often found in bacteria, which is one reason that's quite effective. And notice that that garlic and onion have a component where it kind of chases down everything in your body because you can smell it through your entire body, right? You can smell it through your pores and your lungs.
Yeah.
So it's getting everywhere.
So it has to be in your your system going through everything because you can smell it. So I'm just going, okay, must be Italian. Anyway, so I'm going, this is, something you can do. These are the kind of things that I really would rather focus on. What can you do to make it better? How can you cure? How can you defend yourself? How can you increase your immune system? These are not things that they want to emphasize. They're not trying to save lives, trying to use this to be more dependent on them. And I'm going, I'm just not into it. I'm just not into it. Okay, so here it is. You go into today's archive, anti-plague formula. I just put it above hour 2 there. There you go. You want to know, and you go have a place. It's January 28th, 2020, and maybe we might have put this up on the site before.
A few years ago we did.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and talk about some of these other stories. I was looking at Hillary talking. She's like she will not shut up about she's going to run again. Is that true? Is she going to?
Yeah. Look. This is fascinating to watch. The Democrats. I mean, Donald Trump has. It's sort of like the like Kung Fu the movie or so. You have like the old Yoda sort of character, and he goes in and and he just goes up and he just pokes you with one finger, and your whole arm shuts down, and kind of like the Vulcan nerve pinch.
Yeah.
That's sort of what Donald Trump has done to the Democrats. Like he's gone in and he just boop, and the whole party is shutting down because they were fractured this entire time, but they didn't realize. The moderates, and not the average moderate walking around, a good person, probably your neighbors or so. I don't mean them. I'm talking about the sociopaths running the establishment. Again, they're on both parties, but they really kind of took over the Democrats since the Watergate years. It's been a long process of the establishments going from Republicans mainly to the Democrats mainly. And that's what which has nothing to do with politics. It's just, it's the party that they decided was weak enough that they could take over. Anyway, hold on a second here. Anyway, but the Democrats, they basically have been convincing people to focus on their beliefs, but they've utilized the youth. They've utilized the activity, the activism of the youth, and often the ignorance and naivete of the youth to push their agendas through. All the rallies and Save the Whales for environmentalism and whatever, and they've counted on them almost like taking advantage of young idealistic people. And what's happened is they have created, this is beautiful to see, their own Frankenstein monster. It's like Jurassic Park. They have created all of these young people through decades of taking over the schools and putting all these socialists, and running our schools, and the SJW politics and the safe zones and the offensiveness and all the crap that we've been dealing with. They now have created this monster of all this youth, and the figurehead of this monster is AOC. And I don't want to just say it's all about her. I'm just using her as an example that she personifies what they've created. And Bernie Sanders is sort of like a spinoff or their patron saint right now. But that side is so riled up and so angry, especially what they saw them do to Bernie Sanders in 2016. They finally began to see how corrupted they are. Basically, they want the young progressives to act on their behalf, to rally, to get on Twitter, to basically to protest through technology that the older establishment Democrats and Republicans don't understand much. They want them to just be out there and do the hit jobs for the establishment. But now they're turning around and biting the hand that fed them, and they are revolting. And we're seeing this absolute split where basically the progressives now are saying they refuse to vote for any moderate. If it winds up being Biden or whoever, Warren, they will not vote. And the same thing, most moderates, most Americans are not ready for a socialist. So they will not vote for Bernie Sanders. So they have the absolute split. And that goes beyond Donald Trump. They're being polled. Would you rather vote for, in other words, would you rather Trump win rather than vote for the other side of the Democrats? And they said yes. So they are fractured beyond belief. It's the battle for the soul of the Democrats. And Donald Trump, it's even more of a reason that he will not only get in. We're talking about the courts, the Supreme Court. This is decades of basically the shift that this country, I don't want to say that we're trying to become conservative. I think we're just trying to rebalance ourselves and find our culture, which is what this is about. It's not about going far right. I don't think Donald Trump is far right anyway. I think most people would agree with that. It's just trying to find our common sense values and who we are as Americans. We're not socialists. With that said, one last point. I think it's be wonderful if Bernie Sanders wins, because it'll finally put the mano to mano, right? The progressives that they keep claiming that if you put a leftist socialist on the ballot, then that's what most Americans will vote for. These progressives honestly believe that if Bernie Sanders was up there, he would automatically win because people really want the government to take care of them, but they're not giving the chance. So if we put Bernie against Trump and Trump dominates and wins, it'll probably put this to bed, at least from the Democrats, that socialism does not win. If I was a socialist, if I was smart with this, I would say, let Warren win, let Hillary run, whatever it is, let the moderates win one more time, let them get clobbered, and then let Bernie Sanders, sort of like what Ron Paul was doing, let Bernie Sanders create his own institution. Let Bernie Sanders endorse a future progressive, and let them run in 2024 after the moderate Democrats collapse. That's what I would do if I was a progressive. Of course, I still think they'll lose, but they're not going to do that. So let's see who wins the battle right now. Hillary Clinton is primed, though, to take advantage if and when they screw over Bernie Sanders. And we're all seeing the attacks on Bernie. They cannot allow him to win. They don't want the rioters to take over the prison.
So it's Hillary. It's not Bloomberg. It's not some other billionaire. It's not, they're like, you're wasting your time. It's Hillary.
It's either that or Mayor Pete. I mean, it could be Pete. Warren is done. I think if I was,
who's going to come out ahead in Iowa?
I want Bernie. I would say let Bernie win or run, and that way let him collapse, and that way Democrat moderates could therefore flush out and prove that socialism doesn't work.
You know, you have Tulsi Gabbard sued Hillary.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
on that,
good for
she's still in the race somewhere. I'm surprised she's not doing better. Talk about it more in the next hour. Dr. Frank Tambury, Trump Report.
On Free Talk Live.
Trump Report. Okay. Now we'll take a break, come back at 6 after, and go. And when do you got to go?
I could probably do like one more segment at least. I have to leave like 9:30. So
okay.
I can do like one more segment.
All right. We'll wrap it up there, and then Davi and I'll go at it. Because, Davi is, he's working in the other room. But last night, he was listening to a podcast that, we both listened together and paused every now and then. It was a guy named Destiny. And he's like a PewDiePie guy. And he argues like Davi. I think this is where Davi gets a lot of his, skills and how the Socratic of asking questions of always and looking for inconsistencies and kind of just being annoying, And this is, God, it's so frustrating. But, it makes you a better debater, that kind of thing. But what happened is this guy was called out by somebody to debate him, and, they had a nice long conversation. And his thing was, imagine a progressive that wants what they want, and they'll use any study and even capitalism to make their point about something. So what he is doing, he's going, it is obvious that you can have, you are not an individual agent that has, makes up your own mind. You are a product of your experiences throughout your life. And he goes, so if we know that being poor or not getting, Medicaid or that whatever causes this, or he can show statistics that this person is more likely to do that, then we need to fix it early on in life and have policies and programs that, don't do that or something. Mm-hmm. And I'm going, okay, with my money or your money or there's a mandate or force or exemptions and mandates and exactly how, and he never really addresses that. And I thought that was the problem with the other side. They did, a good job of, saying, no, as an individual, you're responsible for whatever. But, of course he made his points. My point was, I'm going, okay, how do you pay for it? How do you mandate it? What is it? What are you saying? I'm saying that a lack of options and freedom is at the root the problem. If you think reducing my freedom and taking my money more will solve your problem, you just created a shitload of others, and that's good intentions is how we got to the hell we're in now. So so that would be my point, and I was kind of waiting for they didn't make it. So I'm like, all right, so maybe I'll see if I debate the guy. Bring it on. Let's do it. Because I don't think he was challenged on the, I didn't really disagree with anything that he said other than this is how the progressives argue for all the programs and everything that caused the problem to begin with, So this is going to be the conversation I'm sure that Davi and I will get into in the after show, and you would love this one.
Oh, yeah.
So you might want to listen. And then we finished.
Ernie, just watch your blood pressure. I'm worried about you.
It is kind of high. That was one thing. I've been taking my blood pressure, regular, and I'm in kind of the yellow zone or something. But my high is, I don't know, anywhere from 130 to 140. But the low is in the 80s. So I'm going, everybody says that low one's the one that to worry about. Is that
the
is that bad?
diastolic? Yeah, the diastolic.
So when should I worry?
Well, I'm just saying when you start debating Davi and I know those the so-called debates can get. If you got two of you, two of them stock.
Okay, so you're not scared by an 85?
Yeah, you want it around 80. Yeah, you don't want it much 80, 85. You have to watch that. Most people take stock at the systolic, which is the higher number. You want that usually under 140. They've changed it around. It used to be 140 was the dividing line. Now they've lowered it. It's like 130. They depends who you talk to. They kind of change it, but basically, if it's over 140, that's a real problem.
So what causes? What can I do? What's the diet that will reduce my, blood pressure?
Well, it's.
I don't want to be
it's
taking
kind of
any bullshit either. You know.
No. It's the standard things, just heart health in general. I mean, as far as aside from diet and exercise, which is important, and staying away from trans fats and the like. Fish oil is one of the top anti-inflammatories for heart. Fish oil, a very good fish oil, not the crap you normally buy at the store. You need a pharmaceutically or molecularly distilled fish oil, which is one I always recommend. And then also a very good anti-inflammatory herb, which we usually give our patients, turmeric or curcumin is one of the best out there. So usually, if you give a good turmeric curcumin along with fish oil, those two together are a real power team. And by the way, again, curcumin, you don't just get regular curcumin. You want one that's a liposomal form of curcumin. And there's different technologies that make liposomal curcumin.
Okay, hook me up. I'll buy your crap, because
well, it's not saying mine. It's just the technology that
Do you have it? Do I got to go?
Talk to you off. No, we have it. I don't want to be a commercial here, but just talk to me off the air. We'll just set you up. But as long as you have a distilled fish oil and a liposomal curcumin, at least you're getting the best variations.
Well, it's enough that it's not ideal, and my diet is pretty good. I need to do more, start exercise. I just haven't had time. But when I go on this trip, I want to take the time because I don't want to be making a whole bunch of meals and messing up kitchen crap all the time anyway. So I'm go on a regular exercise program and have because we're going to eliminate a whole bunch of our time spent on this place. Once we're just focused on the road and do it, I can focus on a lot of things. See, that's why fasting is easier for me. I don't have to think. Oh, I kind of want to. Oh yeah, I'm fasting. I just don't eat. Then I don't have to worry about it. I'm done. Good. And after a few days, you don't get hungry anyway. So but I want to deal with little things. Like the blood pressure. I mean, it's not. I don't have symptoms or it's not a problem yet, but I probably, should start looking. I mean, at least if I can lower it 10% by just licking some rock, I'm all over it, whatever. That's all I got to do and pay $100, I'm good. So, it's better than problems later. So anyway, we'll talk about it later. All right, we're coming back in 1 minute and, run to the bathroom or something. Here we go.
Twitter account earlier today, despite only ever accumulating 15 followers, local man Aaron Gartner announced he's about ready to quit the popular microblogging site.
Well, I opened my account about 2 years ago and tweeted pretty much every day since, and it didn't really turn out like I expected. I thought, once I hit 8,000 tweets, I could get some traction, start getting more followers, but it never really happened. I mean, I gave it my best shot, I guess, but I think I'm about done here.
He has yet to be followed by anyone beyond a handful of friends, family members, and seemingly inactive accounts.
This one time I tweeted out a pretty good joke about how out of control Lindsay Lohan is, and it actually got me a retweet. It was from this guy in Argentina I don't know, who doesn't have any followers, and he's not following anyone else. Oh, hold on a sec. Apparently my aunt's following me now. Cool.
This is the Onion News Network.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Today, let us make them remember. We are not afraid!
Yep. Undefeated, here in Declare, your independence of me, Ernest Hancock. You're on Trump Report Day with Dr. Frank Tempuri here in the beautiful studios of Freedom's Phoenix.com. Woo! I did that one good. You know who did it really good? Was Keith Knight from Don't Tread on Anyone. I got give me a .com. He blew it out. I'm like, whoa, okay, you win, man. Well, we're talking with Dr. Frank Tambury, and we didn't even really get into. I want to spend time before you got to go. Impeachment. I hadn't even looked. I can't take it, man. I can't. I'll wait till they get the highlights of or something, because it's just, are you kidding me? So give me the skip to the end. What's up?
Okay. Well, we have just a segment left. We have some leftover things to bring up, and I guess the fact that impeachment is the leftover in the last 15 minutes pretty much symbolizes what this impeachment thing's turned into. No one cares, and no one cares about the ratings. And to further prove it, I want to first just start off with something else before impeachment. I wanted to bring up. I promise we'll finish with this. But with the coronavirus, going back to things China, there was a commentator made a good point that the coronavirus, the way China is handling this, in many ways echoes what Russia did or the Soviet Union with Chernobyl, and it's almost like this is their Chernobyl event. It's this massive event that they hid because the state does not have, of course, freedom of expression, and they shut you down, and you're basically battling the state. There is no free media there. And so in essence, they have created this lie that's gotten out of control. And in many ways, this might be the Chernobyl for China, which was a breaking point for Russia. Right? It was a breaking point for Russia because at that moment, it's when the Russian people themselves realized that the system doesn't work. When the fact that the system, no matter how much they want to spin it, is for your best interest. But when Chernobyl happens and people are dying and people don't even know. And for the record, I just had a patient just a couple months ago, a patient that came in, a young guy, he's about 10 years younger than me, who has one of the worst cases of prostate cancer I found. He and his wife are from Poland. I couldn't figure out where he got it from. Turned out he left in 1987 after Chernobyl. He and his whole family back in Poland have all sorts of cancers. So I still see the effect of Chernobyl in my office, strangely enough. But that event really changed how people looked at their government, and it created a nationalist populist movement in a sense back in Russia afterwards. At least it started to start the pressure cooker. So the question is, will this really affect China in a much deeper way that maybe we're not thinking of with this whole nationalist movement around the world that we started the show with? And then this is the Chinese Chernobyl. Anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. We'll see how they handle it. Next is, as far as the very quickly, the collapse of pop culture. All within the last month, we saw the collapse of all the main franchises that we talk about. Not to make light of it, but basically the pop culture is the only lasting glue of our culture. Even Sargon of Akkad was talking the other day about the Next Generation. How if you go back and you watch Star Trek Next Gen, it's fascinating how that show is one of the last shows that we as a country, Generation Xers and all, we all watched together. We could all unify around that optimism of the future. And yet all of these shows are being destroyed almost on purpose, almost like Saddam Hussein blowing up all the oil wells on his way out, almost in retribution because they know they're losing the culture war. And over the last month, we have seen now the collapse of Star Wars. The last Star Wars movie is the least popular of all of them. It actually is the least profitable of all of them. And Bob Iger has to confront his investors this week and somehow explain the disaster that Star Wars and Kathleen Kennedy, who they're still holding on to. That's a result. Matter of fact, number one on Twitter was fire Kathleen Kennedy. I mean, it's astounding. Even people who supported her are now saying enough is enough. Then you have Doctor Who, which is the newest episode came out for the newest season. They will not get rid of the SJW Doctor Who. That is like 13% Rotten Tomatoes. No one is watching the show. Then we have Star Trek and the new Star Trek Picard show, which is nothing but an SJW anti-Trump show, because unfortunately Sir Patrick Stewart is like an anti-Trumper. And they basically created the Federation. Instead of being optimistic for the future, the Federation now is dark and dangerous, and they're anti-immigration and they're hateful. And so they've created a whole new reality for their political agenda. And now people are turning on Star Trek in droves. So all of them this last month, these major franchises, people are just turning their back, finally saying, it's time to move on and come up with something new. We're all done. And it's interesting. We're seeing it at the same time in 2020 with this change in the world. And with that all said, let's finish up with the impeachment part. And part of the impeachment is two components that happened recently. One is Kobe Bryant. And why? Because John Bolton just came out with his book for whatever strategy he has as the snake that he is, as far as the war hawk, probably trying to get retribution on Trump for not starting 10 more wars that he wanted him to do. And so however that is happening with this so-called draft of his book, and the Democrats keep coming up with more and more evidence that they should have brought up before they did the impeachment in December. Of course, they rushed it through for political gain. And now after the fact, they're saying, yeah, but wait, we forgot about this. And how about this piece of evidence? And how about this new thing that popped up? All from Mr. Honest Abraham Lincoln, Adam Schiff himself. So all this stuff is supposedly coming out. And now the bombshell comes out of John Bolton's book that nobody's paying attention. No one is watching this impeachment hearing. People are falling asleep. They can't get anyone to watch this show. And then on the day of this so-called bombshell lie, but the minute this came out, Kobe Bryant's helicopter crashes, and therefore that is where all the news goes to. So it's fascinating that this helicopter crash completely undermined the last-ditch lie, the Hail Mary that they've done. So there's no attention. No one seems to be caring. And that's and they're going in circles.
Well, when I watched, I flip it on and look at a thing of whatever, and it was the same thing as the Democratic House impeachment, whatever the hell that was. And they get up and they go, but we don't like him because he's crass and he's bad and he doesn't do it right. And I'm going, okay. So then they get up and they do, man, he's bad and he's crass and he doesn't do it right. And I'm going, okay. So then the Republicans get up, and what did they say? I didn't even watch. I mean, they're going, yeah, well, these guys are jacked up like polio, or what's the Republicans been saying?
Well, it's interesting you're saying that, because the Democrats keep wanting more and more time to just throw out supposedly more evidence. But if you actually watch it and listen, they spent hours and hours basically saying the same thing. It's Adam Schiff constantly just repackaging the same points, just how evil Donald Trump is. Keep in mind also, every person that's been testifying or talking can be put under oath. The only person on their side that's not under oath is Adam Schiff. So it's interesting. He's the one that gets all of the time to say whatever he wants, because he's the only one that's not under oath, strangely enough.
Well, it's also, if you're a member of Congress, or you get to say whatever you want without any liability. There's some legal protection.
Understood. Of course, if it was the other way in the House, Adam Schiff just made up the rules on his side. But that's another story. So they went for 2 or 3 days. And they probably wanted more time to keep laying out all their evidence, but there was nothing really there. It's like they just keep repackaging the same thing.
No, they just say they don't like it. He's a boob. He's
embarrassing.
I understand. It's like a political campaign. They're just like another podium. I don't care.
No, I get it. But what I'm saying is the Republicans, after the Democrats spent days and days going on and on and on, the Republicans made their case in 2 hours. And they said, basically, this whole thing is BS because of X, Y, Z. And they made a case so strong and ironclad, there's not much else to say. Sometimes, they say brevity is the source of wit. And they basically dropped the mic after only 2 hours and went home.
From the sixth letter. All right. No, the sixth letter. That's my favorite one. And I have to stop it for you. All right.
It's okay.
Okay, we have, you got to see the, Davi's done the wrap on the bus. This is a big ass bus. Jay got it and got it home before his baby was born. I leave to go back to New Hampshire Thursday, and I'm gonna get on the bus. And I go, where are you gonna stay? I got a bus. Were you kidding me? So we're going to work on that. Then, and we got Liberty Forum, and Derek will be there, and we were talking about different things in the software and so on, but this is what's going on. Derek has upgraded and evaluated and been working on and had the time to, and this is a little pet project on the IPFS thing, to where it is every single embed video of anything that we put on Freedom's Phoenix is downloaded into our servers. So every time you go on there and you go, all right, click, I want to watch this video. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not there anymore, and life sucks, and you don't get it. Well, we've taken and accumulated all of those videos onto our servers so none of that stuff goes away. And I go, really? You know? And IPFS is starting to work fast enough that we're looking, when we do this trip, what platforms are we going to use? Are we going to do, YouTube or Bit this or that and social media of whatever? He's got it going well enough that it may be time that we demonstrate on this trip that we're bypassing all that. They can't shut it off. And then it's going to be the ISPs and where your host, well, we're out of country, mirrored, and all that kind of stuff. So the only thing that they can go is attack the domain, which we can do other, stuff and keep it mirrored and up and whatever. The other one is the actual DARPA's internet, and we're getting close to Starlink. So what is happening by the time we get done a year and a half from now, we go through this, we will be at the end of this demonstrating a mobile free off their grid society with the technology to do it. That, I think, is the biggest threat. And that is what I think they're freaked out about. When the phone games that Davi was working on, we just had in the first hour, the guy that had their, but I'm like, how come there aren't any freedom games? How come there's not liberty of going up against a crown? And if you're going to be, blasting away somebody, do they have to be Russians? Can't they be, government, whatever the hell? I mean, well, of course not. Oh, hell no. Right when he goes to release the 6 games that are in this big package, Facebook shuts them down before he even releases. And I'm going, you sons of bitches, man. And because why? Violating terms? No, because it was a freedom-oriented philosophy game or something. So this is happening really fast. And, we're still going to need to do the Trump report while I'm on the road. Are you going to be able to do it?
Yes. Yeah, I'll be able to chime in. Pretty good.
Yeah, no, this will be fun. All right, man, I'll let you go.
I have two things, two quick questions. First, do you think, I don't mind
30 seconds, unless you want to go another segment.
I can just go a few minutes. Let me just go a few minutes into the next one here.
All right. Hold on. There we go. 30 seconds.
Over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com.
Help get LRN.FM into more ears. Visit promote.lrn.fm for a free bumper sticker, flyers, banners, graphics, and more. Promote.lrn.fm.
To be a part of the show, call 602-264-2800. 602-264-2800. And now, Ernest Hancock.
Welcome back. Dr. Frank's got to go. Davi and I are going to yak it here, get into, it'll be, mopping up the blow off the walls. But, Frank wants to make sure he says something else, you got something to say, something what? What?
Just two quick things. The first is, I'm curious what you think and also your listeners about.
Yes, I think. I just don't think what you think.
Yeah. Okay. So, so I just was curious about you and maybe the listeners, if you guys want to email in, about how much interest you have in this impeachment trial. Ernie asked me towards the end of the show, and I did give my quick thoughts on it, basically of the overall strategy or lack of the Democrats and the efficacy of it, the fact that no one's following it. That's really the main point. I think the meltdown is happening around the world between France, we talked about, the globalists shutting down, the pop culture, the other, how this coronavirus is going to be covered, and it's one of the first real epidemics in this new, nationalist, globalist food fight going on. There's so much more going on, and yet technically this is the Trump report. I mean, the genesis was, Dr. Tambory's undying love for Donald Trump, and I even have a Donald Trump bath towel that I dry off with every morning out of the shower. I just have to tell you, Ernie. But that said, in all seriousness, I'm just curious because I don't want to waste everyone's time, because I'll spend a lot of time going over the details and the strategy and the back and forth of what's happening. And I could go over that in detail, but many times when I do, and I'm not trying to just give you a hard time, but I'll get all this detail down. And then your response is, basically, I don't care. And it's just they, them, those, and ouch, quit it. And it just gets thrown away. So I don't mind going into the details. It just matters that you and the audience are curious about it. Otherwise, there's other things to talk about, especially the fact that even people who follow this aren't really following it. So, in all fairness, I don't want to give shortchange any of you that really are tuning in for the so-called Trump report and to think I'm falling down on my duties. So that's the first thing. And, just give comments, let Ernie know. The last thing, and I have to go, whatever happened, if it is true or not, with Peter Schiff, I heard he lost all of his Bitcoin. Did he ever get it back, or what do you know about that?
Know about what?
Peter Schiff, supposedly he lost all of his Bitcoin. Didn't you, Tim?
Tim, Davi probably knows more about this. He thought his PIN was his password, and he didn't remember his password, so it was him, kind of thing. Do you know anything about that, Davi? Schiff losing his Bitcoin thing or something. Remember
you told
that?
Me Peter Schiff lost his password.
Yeah, no, it was. I looked at it later, and they were saying, "Look, man, it wasn't. You didn't write down your seed words. You know, he didn't write down his patent and all that stuff. So anyway, it was, okay, boomer moment. So.
So did he ever get it back or no?
Oh, I don't know. Probably not. I'm not sure he wants to. He's like, nope. See, it didn't have a grandma adjust button, so therefore.
Well, it's just the reason I'm bringing it up is I'm sure Peter Schiff will love to just harp on that, but I was just wondering if he ever did and what the reasonings were. Obviously, I mean, according to him, every Bitcoin he owned was on that one account, and it's all lost. Which of course he will use, like you said, with grandma adjust. If someone like him can lose all that money, then how really practical is it? Anyway, I don't want to get into that debate, but I was just curious.
That's all I know about it. It's probably, kind of human error thing, but, there's no customer service.
No, exactly. Anyway, maybe Tim Petro can chime in some point later on that. All right, guys, I have to get going and save the world and hopefully not run into that coronavirus. So take the anti-plague, everybody, and we'll talk to you next week on the Trump Report.
All right. Thanks, Frank. Bye.
Yep.
All right, cool. Well, this is, it gives us an opportunity we can just yak it. Now, what I did is there's some guys in the Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock Telegram. Now, I don't usually do a lot of live chat and we're working on a lot of different things. We were making a decision last night. We were going over this and talking to Derek about a lot of things. I am... satisfied with how Telegram and the group works, and there's a lot of guys. I don't even know. How do I look to see how many? There's 39 people. Okay, so I go, all right. There's 39 people in there, and they, yakking it, whatever. So I'm like, yeah, you guys want to participate? I'm looking at the screen now. I don't have another guest. It's me and Davi. Now, Davi and I, the first thing I wanted to do is I put it up here. I wanted to read the letter that we finished. Now, we were going to do another letter. We're kind of developing it, and it might be a short story or something that Davi does on. It's the Rescue of Prudence, which was Captain Kidd's sister. And, how did we kind of if we don't both agree on something, I don't want to do it because we need to agree on, how we're going to develop it and whatever. And it just wasn't coming together. So we're like, all right, well, we'll shelve that. And if you want to do something, you can do whatever. But I wanted to keep the book kind of PG, man. I mean, you're taken by the state and you're in, and did you get sexually molested and how much and what degree and what are you going to, I'm going, this is for junior high kids. This is, with big words and big concepts and big ideas, but, I don't want parents to be uncomfortable handing it to their 7th grader, or a 7th grader giving it to their parents and them not freak out. So it's kind of, that rule that we're using because I got grandkids and I want this to be a useful document for. I'm not trying to do anything other than to expand freedom, and just that has got enough problems. But I'm telling you, it's a game. The Immortal Games. Of course they're going to ban them. Of course you're expanding with just the kind of stuff that we're doing. Now the other letter that we did, the 10th letter of Captain Mark, is escape velocity. Now, go ahead before I read it, Davi. Kind of, explain to the people what escape velocity is about, why we did it, what you think the impact is, and then I'll read it. But what are you hoping the audience gets out of it?
I mean, escape velocity is just it's the speed with which
you got to get it a lot closer.
Well, I'm tethered here. If I pull it any closer, I'm gonna start knocking things over.
There.
Escape velocity is a term for just the speed at which a vessel or a ship or a rocket or really anything can escape the Earth's gravitational pull and enter into orbit. And as we were talking about the other day, like gravity and geosynchronous orbit, like maintaining an orbit is a function of speed, because you have to be accelerating outward faster than gravity is pulling you inward. And so the metaphor is just that the crown is essentially like a source of gravity, that it's holding us down.
It's an anchor.
And it's
a mud hook.
Yeah. And so as long as attempts at disruptive technology, I mean, we're talking about transportation in this article, but cryptocurrency and whatever other disruptive technology exists, as long as that develops faster in the pirate sector than in the crown sector, then you're always ahead.
And that was kind of the point. Escape velocity. Where also is like, okay, if it pleases the crown, am I allowed to leave? Then I'm gone. And once you get off the rock, what happens? And God forbid which direction you go. I mean, it's like infinite degrees of oh my God, and it's not just a direction on a compass. It's like a 3-dimensional. You could go anywhere. Well, the thing is if we have even the slightest faster vehicle, even if we just develop a little bit faster than the crown's ability to control, just a little bit, we're free. You're always outside their grasp. You're just faster. But they'll go in, where are you going to be? Well, we're going to have a program that we got Space Force waiting on you, so this letter addresses that. And when we come back, it's only 386 words, so it's not take a few minutes to read. When we come back, I'll do that, and we'll talk about it. We'll be right back.
Do you want more businesses accepting Bitcoin Cash and Dash? Now with AnyPay, you earn passive income for every purchase at those businesses. Finally, a financial incentive to spread Bitcoin Cash and Dash. You made it happen, so you receive the rewards. Download the AnyPay Cash Register app and add your cryptocurrency wallet addresses. Then install it at a real-life business and tell us what you did at AnyPayInc.com. AnyPayInc.com.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agrist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agrist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any skullduggery. So go with agristhosting.com. Have a WordPress or blog site, but you're not satisfied with performance or uptime? Or just want raw hosting? Want to pay with Bitcoin? Agrist Hosting specializes in high-performance hosting with personalized service. Go to agristhosting.com and click on the button that says Get Hosted. That's agristhosting.com. Are you tired of your taxes funding endless occupations around the world? Antiwar.com is run by people who understand that wars abroad become wars at home, wars on our freedoms. Antiwar.com is dedicated to bringing you the latest in news, views, interviews, and reviews from the top movers and shakers in the anti-occupation movement. Antiwar.com has it all, from thorough foreign policy analysis to interviews with whistleblowers who used to run the military-industrial complex. Anti-war, pro-free market. That's antiwar.com.
LRN.FM now has a Discord. Discord is a free text and voice chat platform, and we now have our own server with a bunch of channels at discord.lrn.fm. You can join other listeners as they chat about various things during our live shows, or anytime, day or night. Discord software is available cross-platform, so you can have it on whatever device you want and take your chats anywhere. Join our Discord at discord.lrn.fm. That's Discord, www.lrn.fm.
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
Some of our live shows are streamed in HD on Twitch. Please follow and share at twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
Roads? It's the Ernest Hancock Show. Where we're going, there aren't any roads.
Welcome back to Declare Your Independence. All right, we're going to get into it. We're going to, get some here. Now, I did put the letter on the Telegram. You guys can go join. It's Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock. You just put it in there. You go and I don't know. Some people have problems. When I do it. Yeah, you got to get in the right place to join a group, not create a group. You got to go join. You got to search for somebody to add on to your whatever. Anyway, you go search and you look for Declare Your Independent. Boom, there it pops up. So you can be in there and you can communicate with everybody. All right. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and read the letter, and then we'll talk about it. Because it's been a few days since I've read it last, so I might see something, but it's too late. We already submitted it to the book in Amazon. So is it up now, the new version to buy it, Dob? Did they communicate with you?
Your paperback book is available in the Amazon store. Congratulations, your paperback, Letters of Mark, has been republished, etc., etc. So yeah, the new version is up on Amazon now. So now we have some fill-in graphics at 48 pages. We had the play that we did on Nike, and they had a bunch of graphic in there, and as we fill it up we can just take some of those out because they're kind of not as timeless anyway. So we take that stuff out, we added another letter. So all the letters in the book, you order it online. And is it online? Did Derek do it? Oh, I don't know.
Okay, let's do Letters of Captain Mark and see if you can read it online. So we go Letters of Mark. No, it's only up to 9. Derek! So we'll bug Derek. Go ahead and send a thing, remind Derek, would you please? Just remind him to put that up and make sure he's got it. So we'll put the 10th letter up. So if you want to get the letter, I guess you're going to have to buy the book. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and read it now. 10th letter of Captain Mark, Escape Velocity. That's the name of it. Czar date 4/5/1098-386. Now what the Czar date means, 45th president, 1,098 days in office when we did this, and 386 words. So that's without putting a date. I kind of time stamps it without, being annoying. All right. In every age, the Crown establishes its institutional belligerency, claiming always the necessity of its aggressions and the righteousness of its motives. In response to this coagulation of malice, an amalgam of stalwart rebels emerges in opposition. When the Crown dominated the land, pirates set sail. When the Crown invaded the oceans, we inhabited secret archipelagos and distant coastlines. When the Crown colonized a new continent, we moved inland to the frontier. Now the Crown claims dominion over the entire planet's surface. We explored to the ends of the earth, seeking the Crown's absence, but found it waiting. If we occupied the bottom of the ocean, the Crown would still come for us. What space may we set foot upon unmolested? And if there is none, must we suffer these repeated injuries, or can we escape? We sought refuge in cyberspace, pioneers of our own digital wilderness, but the Crown followed, ravenous for any scent of trade and treasure. Again, we were hunted and our assets seized. Freedom exists just beyond the Crown's grasp, and we declare without reservation that we intend to leave. When we take to the sky, how high must we reach? To the stratosphere? The magnetosphere? The moon? How large is the Crown's sphere of control? The Crown has no claim over any celestial body, so we will become celestial bodies. We are fugitives from the Crown's unjust and irrelevant order, not its colonists. The Crown lays claim to territory, property, and citizenry, but its most preposterous claim is to legitimacy. Every port where this racket finds safe harbor is a threat to the sweet trade. The Crown can make whatever vociferous proclamations it wants about space traffic management, orbital debris mitigation, and extraterritorial sovereignty, all sound and fury signifying nothing. The illusion of the Crown's legitimacy is an anchor we have jettisoned and left behind. We have synthesized the motives and discoveries of humanity's previous departures and determined that the Crown has no incentive to tame any frontier. It engages in exploration to facilitate further conquest and ventures into space to point weapons back at Earth. Our launch into the black became imperative from the moment of the Crown's inception, and once our velocity surpasses the Crown's by even the slightest margin, we will be the envoys of humankind to the galaxy. Ooh. So the point is here, in pirate speak, is that we know they're going to come after us. They're hunting us, down and seizing our assets because there's somebody got money over there. We got to go get our cut. And whatever it takes for them to do that. So then the idea, now what the research on this was what, Davi? Tell them about, where you got, and we'll talk about some of the phrases that we put in here, like celestial bodies and their sovereignty thing and their space debris mitigation, all this other crap. Where'd all that come from?
It was essentially just a survey of existing law on the subject of space travel. So Space Command, Space Force, the Space Competitiveness Act or whatever.
Outer Space Treaty.
And the Outer Space Treaty. Basically anything. The government doesn't have a lot written on the subject of space travel, so I just read all of it.
Yeah, it was, not that much. I mean, since the Outer Space Treaty was 67, 68, 67?
I think it was 68.
68. They it was Soviets and U.S., so we put nuclear missiles in orbit to rain down death on when push a button of whatever the hell. And they go, oh, pinky swear, treaty, we wouldn't do that. That'd be wrong. So, one, I don't believe them anyway. And that treaty didn't even mention individuals, didn't talk about it. It was all about nations. Nations shall this, they shall not that, and they must and they can't and whatever. But one of the things in there, the Crown has no claim over any celestial body. Now, that was one thing in the space treaty that says no nation can claim, the moon or Mars or asteroid or something like that. And you're going, okay, so can we be celestial bodies? I'm a celestial body. Peace out.
Yeah, for me, that's one of the more interesting parts of the treaty because it doesn't define celestial bodies. So if the treaty says, and all of these nations of the world sign a treaty that says that no nation can claim sovereignty over any celestial body, in what sense is Earth not a celestial body?
I'm up in the stars. I'm celestial. So boom. So it just goes. You writing this, they're going to go, damn it. They're slipping between my fist of control here, between my fingers, and we'll add another line, and another line, and another line, and another line. It's one thing that'll be interesting, all humans must or whatever, how much you got to change your DNA before we're done, I can
before
breed.
You're a new species altogether?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not convinced that I'm not already a new species.
And
altogether.
they don't care anyway. It's just you're a threat. They'll have a special minority status if we got to go get Davi. But when they're talking about the Crown will make whatever vociferous proclamations it wants about space traffic management, orbital debris mitigation, extraterritorial sovereignty. Now, what's happening is they'll go, oh, space is getting so crowded. We got to worry about space is big. That was the one thing that I was like, really? You're watching like Firefly or something. They're out in the middle of ooh, we bumped into another ship. I go, no, you didn't.
Yeah, certainly not at that speed.
No. And they crawl past each other going opposite directions. I'm like, all right. So this is needs to be discussed. And I wanted to get this in there because what this does is it's built up to two things. One, when our velocity surpasses the crowns by even the slightest margin, we're done. We're gone. They can never catch up. It's the woo-ah car in my rearview mirror, disappearing over the horizon as I go plaid. It's like, you're coming to get me. Ooh-ah, 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 ooh-ah. And then they're gone because you're going faster. Well, humanity always goes faster than the crown. So we're good. We got to get away. But they want to camp out where they think you're going. Oh, we got you now, Well, if we go faster, what are we? Envoys of humankind to the galaxy. Take us to your leader. Well, I don't have one, so I guess you're talking to him, okay? Is that how
the leader is whoever's in front.
Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. Local.bitcoin.com. The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
A new report finds climate change skeptics could reach catastrophic levels by 2020. The nation's gratuitously sexual couples announce plans to wait in line at Six Flags. And Grandpa looks absolutely precious in his new baseball cap. Offering a one-stop shop for all your peerless online news summary needs, this is The Onion Week in Review. In response to the escalating violence and rising death toll in Gaza this week, Israel unveiled a new defense system to deflect accusations of human rights violations. Israeli officials praised the new safety structure's ability to intercept an international barrage of war crime allegations and divert criticisms of Palestinian civilian casualties before they can ever hope to make contact with the Jewish state. In other news, a new state law requires doctors to scale an 18-foot wall surrounding abortion clinics. A study finds high school students retain only 1/3 of their obsolete curriculum over the summer, and a man's anxiety is not about to let depression muscle in on its turf.
This is the Onion News Network.
Is oral health important to you? If you don't like your own teeth, fresh breath, or kissing people, then by all means stop listening. Several years ago, I met Jessica Armand, founder and CEO of My Magic Mud, and I became passionate about the product that she created and never want to live without it. It's clinically proven to whiten teeth, but I find it does much more. They want you to love My Magic Mud as much as I do, so they're giving you a money-back guarantee plus 20% off. Go to mymagicmud.com and use coupon code FTL20 at checkout. mymagicmud.com, FTL20.
There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
This is novelist Tom Robbins. When my mother was diagnosed with glaucoma, her conservative Virginia physician told her there was only one treatment that might ease her pain and save her eyesight. That treatment was medical marijuana, which he could not prescribe. I offered to get her some and teach her how to use it effectively, but my father objected because marijuana was against the law. So my mother, who loved to read and walk in nature, was condemned to grow cruelly, unnecessarily blind. Tragedies like this happen all the time, but they don't have to keep happening. To learn more about medical marijuana, call the Marijuana Policy Project at 1-877-JOIN-MPP or visit them on the web at mpp.org.
Love what we do? Please help support our international satellite channels at patreon.lrn.fm. That's patreon.lrn.fm.
It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock.
Sounding louder, ride on the peace train. Come on, the peace train. Get peace train, holy roller. Everyone jump on the peace train.
Yeah, is there a peace train? I tell you, there's a lot of progressives. I get a lot of feedback and videos and watch this and do that. And it's, they've been since 16 when they saw that Bernie Sanders was Ron Paul'd and screwed in the elections. They were just like, man, they're doing it again. And we're going, yeah, see, this is not where electoral politics, maybe where people are paying attention. You can teach them something, we can learn something, we can share something, but that's not where it's going to happen. Well, a lot of the discussion in the Declare Your Independence Telegram is about the election. They wanted to talk. They were tuning in for freaking, Trump report, and Frank's not here anymore. The let's see, 2020, yada yada yada, coincident, trading, doing, sorry, yeah, it's the election. Do I have to? On the letters that we do, I'm wondering what kind of long-term impact we can have on people. It has had an impact. We've had a lot of input on a lot of different things. I'm trying to preempt all of it. It doesn't matter who wins. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter. As much ado about nothing, And what I think is coming and what we're seeing, and it's already happening in California, it's going to be money. It's going to be the pensions. It's going to be the pensions that is going to do this. Now, now everybody's going at it in the. They don't need me anymore. they're yakking about what they want to yak about. So I'm looking at the Freedom's Phoenix, and I look at the articles that are up, and I wanted to just do a Rorschach test real quick on Davi here. Virginia Congress continues gun control frenzy with 9 more bills ignoring the protest. Okay, so here you have the Democrats in charge. They stopped. They pulled back. You got all these guys with the guns that come in there. Oh, hell no! But the Virginia is the beach that the Democrats want to die on. They're going to be doing gun control. Gun control is what kind of issue with you, Davi? What do you think?
I mean, if they're going to ignore you, ignore them. I mean, I think that it's a little silly if you really believe that you're going to get into they call it on the internet, they call it a bugaboo or whatever. If you really think you're going to resist the government with rifles, it seems stupid to show up open carrying, because that's just revealing to your enemy what you're armed with. If you really want to flaunt the law, the thing to do would be to do it in secret. It's why gun registration is silly. If the original intent of the Second Amendment is to take on tyrants, having the tyrant have their enemy register what weapons they have is absurd.
Yeah, no. And that's what we always have.
So why tell them? You don't think that they have facial recognition at these rallies? You don't think they're not sizing up who's armed with what? You're just giving away tactical information.
I don't think they care. I think that they go, yeah, put me down, And if that many people are that animated to do that, how many are there of people like what you're talking about? They're just like, nah, I don't need to go down there. I'm not revealing. Screw them. So if you got that many, there's a lot more out there. The one stat that really got me the meme, you can't get away from this. There are more hunting licenses in America than all the world's armies combined, and they're all snipers. Or most of them. So I'm just going, because I said that one time at the discussion group, and Roy goes, no, I only have shotguns. Whatever. Okay, so, you're a close-in guy. But, this is, I don't see how it's going to play out. In Virginia, so what happens? Do Republican gun owners, they rise up and come out and vote? They always have in the past. I think they misread the tea leaves here. I don't think they're going to get what, coming to them. We have up here also, Donna put up, Attorney Mark J. Victor. He spoke at the Arizona State Convention. Oh, yeah, we had the Arizona State Convention. We haven't even talked about that. 8 candidates spoke for Libertarian nomination.
Mm-hmm.
It was interesting. It was a good gathering.
And yet 9 candidates showed up.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk about that too. There was all right. Attorney Mark J. Victor spoke, and he did his 3LP, LLLP, the Live and Let Live Principle Party, whatever he's going to do.
I missed that talk. Did you hear his talk?
Yeah.
I missed it.
He did good.
Outside.
He did well. I mean, he kind of toned it down a little bit. I've been very critical of, I'm like, wow, compromise. So he made a good case. This is better, a lot of the critique and conversation and whatever kind of, toned it in such a way that it was a lot more acceptable, instead of just call it. But he did do, you crazy libertarians, like he was talking about vermin supreme and taxation is theft, Berman. And he was like, see, you crazy people, I can't believe you're crazy, you can't, nobody can pay attention, crazy. And I'm going, that adds flavor, that's contrast. I enjoy that. I mean, it's nice to, I don't know, that you got options, but, I don't have a problem with that. Well, Mark is kinder, gentler, judges and attorneys and doctors, picking libertarian principle if you call it something else now or something. Anyway, so he's going to test this in Hawaii. He's probably going to run for U.S. Senate eventually. And I said, yeah, I'll give you a week. I'll give you 2. I'll give you a month. I'm going to Hawaii. So I'll just go in and we'll just, made you look. I mean, I'm the make you look guy. Everybody, there's Mark. So we'll have some fun and we'll get something going on. Because Ken Schoolin lives there. He's a professor at Honolulu University there, and the guy that did Adventures of Jonathan Gullible and responsible for the animation of the Philosophy of Liberty, and we work with him on a lot of things. And now head of that is Jacek Spendel. Jacek has head the Arizona Project, which is all these young people from all over the world coming in, and we'll get them before we go on the trip. They come in. Now that'll be fun, and we're working out that with Donna. And he and his wife, Marta, I think that's how you say it. And beautiful young thing. He's a young guy. They're just, Merca. And they like coming and staying in Arizona, and by doing this project thing, they get the, permission, I guess, or something. But they have these people from all over the world, South America, Central America, Asia, China, Europe, Russia, Ukraine, Nepal, from everywhere, Africa. So it's just amazing. They come here, and they are their own liberty leaders in their own countries, and they just come here to just kind of see what's up and talk to people. They take them to different functions. They get to expose to a lot of different ideas. They travel. It's a really good outreach thing. And Al Jacek was one of the first guys that did it under Glenn Kripe, Language of Liberty. And then he was so impressed with it and had such an impact, and he liked it, that he created his own program, and then he's getting support from a lot of people. So he's going to be presenting, I think, next month at the discussion group. And so it's that he's got a really good example of how this is really going to change. It's just general public opinion. That's what I keep going on about. So, and Mark has kind of taken that to, to rebrand it. He's writing a book. He's going to be, it's all, the 3LP. To live and let live. All right, cool. There's no central plan for freedom, so I'm all over it.
Thank you.
Let's see. We got, the anti-plague formula. Yay, Donna put it up. Okay, so there it is on the front page. This coronavirus, you never let, a good crisis, go to waste. It's, yep, here we go. Now, this is an article. We have the coronavirus 1918 all over again by Jane Orient. She is the director, the head of Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, which are the guys, they've been conservative. They're against the AMA. They're against this. They want more freedom and choices, and, patient-doctor relationship doesn't have a menage a trois with Uncle Sam, okay? That's their thing for decades, since, World War II. They've been at it for a long time. In the 40s, I think they were created. Now, what Jane is talking about is she's sued Adam Schiff for his role in censoring of vaccine information. So this was what he did is Adam Schiff sent letters, his letterhead to like Amazon and these guys saying, oh, you got to put this down, you got to take this down, you got to do it down. Then we find out that there's a secret court that Big Pharma is getting temporary restraining orders from closed cases. These are cases that have been sealed and they're secret. Then they take that order, go to a bankruptcy court, get some corrupt judge to do something, and they send it, and they're taking down all the videos and the Facebook pages. That's how they're doing it. And they go, hey, man, I received a notice. And this is what I keep talking about, all these platforms we'll talk about in the after show. Because these platforms, they get a piece of paper with a government, letterhead. Boom, you're done. I'm going, that's it? That's all it takes? Yeah. And that's what they're going to keep doing. So what do? Bypass. Go to the street. Street. I don't think I know how dangerous it's going to be for us. Don't care. No fear.
Why did you move to the Shire?
Don't care. All right. Let me undo the network so they don't yell at me. There. All right. The one thing that I wanted to make sure we got into, and we have the time to talk about it, is I'm going to be leaving, going to Liberty Forum. There's going to be a lot of guys there. We talked to Derek last night, and our whole thing was, all right, we're looking at all of these different platforms. I got a list. We have passwords and accounts and profiles and whatever on freaking everything, which is also me, Ernest Hancock, Freedom's Phoenix, Declare Your Independence, the radio show, Pirates, and this Love Bus, Liberty Tour, okay, when we do this. Now, Davi has done the artwork, and when we get everybody agreement on whatever and so on, we'll start promoting it and put it. But you can go to lovebuslibertytour.com. If you do that, you can see that we're just starting to set the special edition on Freedom's Phoenix. And that was one thing that we talked about. Where are we going to put this? How are we going to market it? What is, the main page? How are we? Don't trust anybody. It's all, they're, allied against you. So I'm going, no. So we got Love Bus Liberty Tour.com. Let's see if it's propagated through the search engines and stuff yet, and online, and the forwarding from the GoDaddy and all that kind of crap. We'll see if it opens up. So we haven't even tested it, but we just set this up, all the stuff last night, and then it takes time for it to do it. Well, the one thing that I'm really excited about is that we have the capability on Freedom's Phoenix. It's getting to, there you go, the Love Bus. Now, it's basically going to be kind of a background like that, and then we'll put different stuff, whatever. But that's just kind of gives you an idea. But it's a big bus. I mean, and Jay just got it. He's got it at home. He drove it. He said, yep, it's got power, gets up that hill. Woohoo, man, you can start at the bottom of the hill and be at 55 at the top. I'm going, good. I don't want to fight this thing. Then you have how to do pulling a vehicle. Well, I had a towing package and so on. All right, cool. We got some aftermarket stuff. We may put an after cooler on the turbo and give it some extra warp speed or something like that, ludicrous speed. But that's what we're going to work on. The only thing he said, it drives great, everything, because it's been totally redone when this guy redid it. So the plumber that passed away and put a lot of work into this thing, and it's in great shape. Now, what happens, though, is, all right, he said the steering box has a little bit of play in it. Boom! New steering box. I am not fighting a bus down the highway and sitting there trying to keep, no. It's exhausting. I used to have a van, 30 years ago, had this van that had a little play. I hated it. I go, definitely that. No, hell no. I don't want any play in the steering because. So this is, we're making progress on this. We're working on it. It'll be, Davi's kind of, being all funky with it and everything. We'll have some fun. Now, I leave Thursday. I will be in the evening in New Hampshire, and I just, Donna's get me a room or something. And she had rooms for I go, wait. I got a freaking bus, man. I can stay there, maybe, maybe Jay will let me sleep in my bus on his property. So, we'll do that. And I got a car, and so we'll be hanging. Now, Liberty Forum, I'm not even going. I didn't even look at the speaker list, and then I did, and I'm kind of, I don't know, I wasn't super inspired by anything. And it's not that I'm going for that. I'm going for the Alt Expo. Now, Alternative Expo is always at all the Free State Project functions, and they have their own speaker thing and their own suite, their own room, kind of they're just separate from it. And, where would I go to talk about this project? Well, these are the guys that are the actual activists that actually are doing a lot of stuff. They'll be involved in the POTUS 2020 thing. They'll have, something to say. And I'd love to have a lot of the stuff that they got and we take with us. And we're going to be promoting all kinds of crap. And it's going to be, but the focus is the issue of this vaccine thing. And it's, from our perspective, it's the mandates. When we were at the State Libertarian Convention, and you had Bumper Hornberger, Adam Kokesh, Vermin Supreme, a guy named Mike Whitney is a new guy, boomer, libertarian consultant for campaigns that's got somebody elected as a supervisor in California and now making bank being a consultant of whatever and working for the man or something. I mean, I'm sorry.
I liked Mark Whitney. I thought he was fun.
Yeah, no,
I feel like he would have made a great candidate in 1968.
Why 68?
I just, he strikes me as that kind of, Cleaver dad, Brady Bunch dad. He feels like a vacuum salesman from the 60s. Like, that's the vibe I get from him. He's like a time traveler.
He has something to say in his own resources, and he just jumped in it because, hey, the libertarians need some quality good people like me, and I'm going to go, explain it to them. And there was, who was the other guys? There was...
I like Ken Armstrong, too.
Oh, yeah. Armstrong was a gentleman that had the deepest voice I've ever heard. Yeah. And it was just it wasn't even like gravelly like that. It was just really
it was just
deep.
super deep.
Super gravelly.
I think it's important for the Libertarian Party to demonstrate that it's capable of compassion.
It was, you go, every time he spoke, it was like a slap in the face of just me going, being surprised at how deep his voice was. Yeah. So it would draw a lot of attention, and he was pretty good. He did. So I was happy to have somebody that could articulate a couple of words. And then taxation is theft. Berman, is it Dan? I think it is. And I've had him on. He takes his hat off and he just does he does a really good job. I was pleased. I thought he did a good job. So then there was who am I missing? There was 8 guys.
Lincoln.
Oh yeah, Chaffee. Lincoln Chaffee. Now Lincoln Chaffee was I can't remember. He was a Republican U.S. Senator from Rhode Island.
And then he was a Democrat.
Then he was a Democrat governor. He was a senator, a governor, and an independent. He ran as a Democrat for president last time or something.
Yep.
And so Lincoln Chaffee is, he's like the Bob Barr, Gary Johnson kind of used to be a politician
he's like all
guy.
these folks that stroll into the Libertarian Party
Gravel,
and think that they're going to lead
explain
when
it
they
to
don't
us.
even know how the party works or what the platform is.
Well, he got on Fox News. I saw one thing when he first announced, and it's their kind of their, I don't know, their John Stossel, young female character, libertarian kind of thing. So she goes, all right, we're going to do the libertarian test. You ready? Here we go. All right. She goes, should any and all drugs be legal? And he goes, no. And she goes, okay. She
said something like, see, that wasn't so hard.
Yeah. She says, well, should anyone, should they be able to buy an AR-15? And he goes, well, we're getting off into the weeds of the kind of stuff that we need to talk about anti-war. So he thinks that just a single issue of anti-war and the libertarian thing and that his history of being anti-war, that's what's going to propel him. And all this other stuff, and we're going, God, all this other stuff is why we're at war. I mean, it's kind of, so philosophically, not so much. Now, who's really pushing him and encouraging him is Adam. Adam Kokesh, he'd love to have him, give him some credibility and to be a co-ticket of Adam and Lincoln Chafee. I mean, he's kind of having, floating that lead balloon, or that Led Zeppelin.
See, that kind of feels like a Elizabeth Warren Joe Biden ticket to me. It's like the two worst candidates in the field working together.
All right, you don't have any love for Adam, huh?
Not really. I don't think he's serious.
Were you there for the debate?
Yeah, I know Adam Spiel. He's been doing it for years. I don't think he's playing to win. I think he's playing for attention.
To win what?
I don't think he's actually attempting to accomplish anything he says.
Oh, what does he say he's trying to accomplish?
Abolishing the federal government.
Well, he's bringing that idea out. I'm digging that. So Adam's Adam, and he's going to whatever. I don't care. I'm glad he's there. He's doing it pretty good. So, but in the debate, I'd say, I don't know what the straw poll would have been, but from my entertainment factor and who made a lot of the best points, it was between Jacob Hornberger and Adam. I think they were the ones that kind of had the most meat gravitas. It was libertarian, hardcore kind of whatever. And Berman did a good job too. Taxation is theft. Mm-hmm. But he's doing the same thing. He's like, Adam is, hey man, it's going to be a bankruptcy anyway. You might as well make it orderly and give it back to the states, and the federal government's done. I like that message. Taxation is theft. His goal, win what? To win. Everybody knows taxation is theft. I go, all right, you're winning, man. Cool. The other guys are, so we'll say, now Vermin does great theater. What he's always been, he's trying to be, he'll do his little comedic shtick, but then he'll be serious, and he, takes the boot off, and he's, doing the Vermin thing. And now what he's doing, he's offering to, look, I'm offering you, this theater. That's all I'm offering. You want, get attention and make fun of this whole duopoly. It's all crap, and that's why I'm in the race. And I go, would he be the nominee? Yeah, probably not. But I'm glad he's there.
Sure.
He's, adding to the flavor of the whole thing.
He seems more like he's conducting a job interview than a campaign. Like he's offering his services to the party. Like, it doesn't sound like he believes anything he says.
He believes making fun of the system. I can tell you that. So I'm like cool with that. I thought he was, he's fine. Then I don't think anybody up there was other than Lincoln Chafee. He just was not libertarian. I mean, he tried nice enough guy to, okay, here's something that, I played a part in that I'm not real proud of. Okay, this is...
So you just said it. If Lincoln Chafee is not a libertarian, why do you think it's a good idea for Kokesh to run with him?
I don't.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the stupidest thing of the whole thing. He just wants some credibility or whatever. I don't know. He's floating that Led Zeppelin. So we had... Lincoln Chafee, there was a text that Tim Picciott was there, and he live streamed the entire forum, the debate. Mm-hmm. And he had it up there, and he got it. It was live streamed, did a good job. It was a nice camera. It got good sound. He had a little shotgun mic thing on it. It worked really well. I was really impressed. I go, I'm going on the road, man. You're going to help me pimp out my gear, because this is like the third version of crap. He's always getting the better something. And so he had his little stand there, had the mic on, got a really good live stream of the debate. And then, of course, it's up somewhere. I don't know where he put it, but has that up there. And we should get that. Donna, go get Tim Picciott's thing and put it up in debate. I don't know if we have already, but we should get it up. Now, what he did is he got a text from somebody that said, what would be a good idea if you could get a picture with Vermin Supreme and Lincoln Chafee. Okay, so this is, I wasn't totally in on, exactly. So but I took the picture. Say, I need a picture with. I go, all right. We're out on the front sidewalk, and there's Vermin on Tim Picciott's right side. There's Tim in the middle. Lincoln Chafee on the left side. He's got his arm around him, and he kind of take a picture. Now, Vermin put his boot on, so he's got his boot on. I like his logo. Did you see his logo on the back of the pickup truck?
Yeah, that's sort of...
that's cool.
That's
logo.
Iconic, yeah.
Yeah, I really dug that. That looks good. So anyway, it has him wearing his rubber boot. It's a galosh boot on. He's always the boot guy. It just got making fun of the thing.
I wish he'd paint the boot to look like an Uncle Sam hat, like red, white, and blue with stars and stripes and
you should do one and send it to him.
Yeah.
See if he'll wear it once just for the hell of it. That'd be cool. So anyway, I'm here at the Arizona Libertarian Convention with the biggest joke in the Libertarian Party and Vermin Supreme. And I'm going, well, that was mean, but that was the point of the picture. So Lincoln Chase, he seemed like a nice enough guy. He's doing, but you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, Libertarian, plain. I'm going, what are you doing? What's your goal? Well, I think his goal is to use this platform to espouse anti-war. And I'm going, all right, cool. Peace. Let's do that. But there's not like any, guys pro-war here. There used to be. When they were supportive of Afghanistan. I remember in the 2004 Atlanta debate.
Who was?
The Libertarian Party.
Was in favor of invading Afghanistan?
Oh, hell yeah. They had Neil Bortz up there, Libertarian in Atlanta when they did it, and he's up there, and we got to go get some. They were all that, we're going to get some. And that's why...
That's so absurd.
No, Charles Goyette and I, while Neil Bortz was speaking, we had another Libertarian talk show host against the war. That we were in another room and of course we weren't part of the program, so we only had 30, 40 people there. But it was, we just wanted to make a point. We're like, look, man, there is a way to argue this. You don't have to, succumb to the drumbeat of everybody, whatever. Are you kidding me? So that's why we did that. Let's see what else is going on. All right. One thing that we can talk about and duke it out is Donna's going to try and get this guy Destiny on. Davi was listening to a program, and I could understand. I go, yeah, and you've heard Davi debate or discuss issues and everything. It's his style.
It's called the Socratic method. It's Socrates' style.
Yeah, it's just you keep asking questions and you want to find inconsistencies, and you go, and I find it.
You fact check things, yeah.
Yeah, I find it, a lot of times annoying.
Yeah,
but it gets you.
It's really annoying if you're trying to put forward a contradiction.
Yeah, no, it's annoying because they'll find contradiction.
That's why
they're
they killed
not.
him.
So this is he was doing that. I'm like, what you find out later. I didn't get in the early part. I just listened to the last hour and a half. The thing went on for hours or whatever. But so we're working and so on. We're just in the background listening to it, pause every now and then, talk about it, whatever. This is what was going on. There was somebody out there, I don't know if they were libertarian or freedom-oriented or whatever, but they had enough, and they just challenged the guy, don't evade me, let's have a debate, let's do it. And the guy agreed, okay, well, I can't run from a debate of somebody that wants to, let's do it. So Destiny, he's a family guy, I guess, progressive, but he uses free market and money and capitalism or whatever as a mechanism for making his point. And I want to have him on because I think the debate went well and you kind of got a beat on it, but they weren't pointed in the questions that I thought that I want answers to, and I still don't know. But describe Destiny, and you've listened to him for hours, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Because I can tell,
Yeah, I listen to his show on YouTube while I'm working. I like it because it's fact-driven and because it is about challenging assumptions, both his own and his guests. I think the reason he didn't say what you wanted him to say, or he wasn't asked the questions that you wanted him asked, is because the topic wasn't political. It was a debate of free will versus determinism. So Destiny took the position of a determinist, although, ultimately he admitted he's a compatibilist, which is a sort of soft determinist, whatever.
Whatever.
So it wasn't a political debate, it was a philosophical debate.
Well, that's the same thing to me.
Well, it isn't the same thing to the people having the debate. And so, yeah, he said a variety of things that sounded like political triggers for you, but he wasn't advocating anything political. I would say that, he's an independent in the sense that I've never heard him advocate a party or a candidate, right? I would say he's a progressive in the sense that he's in favor of sort of a lot of the sort of social justice causes. Like he would be friendly to feminism or gay rights or something like that. But he's also an adamant capitalist, and this is why he's not interested in the left and the progressives, is because he believes that free markets produce the best outcomes because he's fact driven. And so he doesn't fit easily in any particular category because he's not a political show. He's a
PewDiePie.
He's a reality show. He wants to dig down into and determine the facts on whatever sort of controversial topics exist on YouTube at the time. Like, that's the other thing.
He's a gamer. I mean, he's like,
a gamer.
He's a gamer, and he just yaks while he's doing it. That's how PewDiePie got 100 million people or whatever.
Yeah. So he'll have debates on, like, should white people use the N-word, or why is incest wrong? Like they're the topics that come out of this like broad gamer YouTube community. They're not. He's not watching the political process and trying to do political advocacy.
The impression that I got is listening. Davi, I'm watching my stuff. He's doing his stuff. A lot of times we'll have headphones on or something, or just keep it low. Not, I don't care, and we're just listening. I'm like, whoa. So this is where Davi gets it. I go, this is Davi.
Yeah,
method.
see, these are just more assumptions on your part.
All right. Well, it reinforces your technique. What do you do it the way? Do you argue the way he does?
I would say the first person that influenced the way that I argue was a guy named Jan Hellfield. Do you know who that is? He's a big libertarian who sort of presented himself as a mild-mannered, interview guy, and then he would get in a room with, like, Hillary Clinton or somebody, and he'd be like, so, are you saying taxation is voluntary? And she's like, oh, yes, absolutely, totally voluntary. He's like, so I can just not do it, right? And she's like, oh, no, you can't do it. And he would just pick at those contradictions, and it was all about exposing...
Was he the middle-aged guy in a suit in Washington walking the halls or wherever, that guy?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, he ultimately ended up debating an anarchist and didn't do well because it was like watching him debate himself because the anarchist just took him apart. But this is the style of argumentation you would learn in any college course on philosophy or debate. It's the kind of argumentation you would learn if you'd studied Socrates or Aristotle or the entire history of Western thought. Like, it is how you deduce truth from chaotic stimuli.
Bring it on, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on. All right. So this is what the premise of the discussion was. What?
Free will versus determinism.
Okay, we'll define that for the audience, what that was about.
So this is a philosophical debate that's been going on since ancient Greece, and the question is, do human beings have the capacity for free will, or are we merely complex systems that you could predict their decisions ahead of time if you had all of the relevant data? So it's a question of whether or not chaos exists in the world. It's a question of whether or not you can overcome the physics of what's going on in your body.
Yeah, see, this is something that I'm like, wow,
it's not a political topic.
No, well, why would you say that? I mean, everything that he was talking about was policy, public. We. I can't count how many times he said we.
Everything that he was talking about was decisions. Like
yeah,
the topic
for individuals or we.
Well,
he kept saying we.
Both.
Okay, well, who's we?
You would have to pick out a particular sentence if you want me to tell you who the we was.
All right,
but that's such an absurd standard. You can't go through life expecting that nobody's ever going to use the word we.
Well, you can we all you want, as long as I know who we is.
Okay.
So anyway, this is what I got from it, and Davi can correct me, which I'm sure he will. The Destiny, he comes on and he'll go, if we had perfect knowledge. Okay, one, I'm like, you're already lost right there because I don't think that's possible. But it's like, predicting the weather a month out or something. It's like playing, okay, we've been playing,
That's a great example, actually. Like, a determinist would posit that if you had sufficient sensory data, you would be able to predict the climate. Because the climate doesn't have free will, right? Do we agree that the climate doesn't have free will?
Well, I don't know. I'm not influencing it, or not enough that I would. I mean, it's.
Well, that would be your free will. Like, weather doesn't have will, right? Like, will is distinct to conscious things.
Yeah, it doesn't have consciousness.
Right, so it doesn't have a will of its own. It's affected by things outside of itself, but it doesn't decide when to be blustery because it was sad that day.
Right.
So that would mean that climate is a determinist system, that if you were able to deduce the laws that were governing it, you would be able to predict it with perfect clarity.
which is exactly what this Internet of Things is all about. They are looking to be able to be deterministic in how they're going to manage the herd. And if we add more data, we can do it. And this is exactly the same argument that IBM made, and now you got punch cards and Jews in concentration camp showers. That's exactly what was going on. Because they said, if we could only have enough data, if we could have enough people, and then our determinants based on the data is these damn Jew some bitches over here need to die.
The analogy that you're committing is you're discussing a person who is, by analogy, arguing that evolution is real, and you're saying, yeah, but eugenicists used that.
What?
So he's discussing a philosophical question of whether or not free will or determinism is the ruling reality that we live in, right? Whether or not free will is something that we actually have, or free will is like an illusion of the meat mechanism we're stuck in, right? That's like saying, does evolution occur? It's a scientific question. It's a question about reality. Now you're saying some people who are determinists use determinism to put forward bad politics. Therefore, he must be.
Yes.
That's the same as saying some people use
I want
evolution.
him to come on and tell me that's not true.
Some people use evolution.
Get his butt on the show. Let's do it.
Some people use evolution to put forward eugenics. Therefore, evolution is bad. Like that's not reasonable.
Okay.
It's not intelligent.
All right. Tell me if I'm wrong. Okay. This is what I'm going from his words. All right. You cannot be a free agent with free will as an individual because you can't be totally you're kind of responsible, and he kind of but you're not an individual agent that makes a decision based on whatever logic and reasoning that you are a product of your environment. That from even before birth, whatever influences in your genes, whatever your parents ate, of whatever the hell, and then you are influenced in how your brain is wired from whether you were breastfed or not, or the environment around you, and whether you grew up poor, whether you had different opportunities of whatever and such, and then you're a criminal bad guy of whatever. So he will go, I can show you study after study after study of whatever the point that he wanted to make is that this graph, this number demonstrates that out of 100 people, 60 of them are going to choose, cornflakes over Cheerios or whatever. So he goes, based on that, then we know that what was it that made him do that? Well, first off, he
was very careful not to say that.
Okay, what did he say?
Well, when the other guy accused him of saying that, he said, I don't know how to respond to that because I'd have to teach you basic introduction to statistics. And
he went on. That was total bullshit. I was like, what the hell is he talking about?
It's a correlation versus causality thing. You can use studies to say that things correlate. That is not proof of causation.
Okay, wait. What the hell you think he was saying? He was going, the whole point that he was making, we can determine what a society is going to be. 60 out of 100 people are going to become criminals because of this one thing, so we need to make sure we have a policy not to do that one thing. I mean, he did or didn't say that?
He did not say we need to make sure any policy. He said we make decisions.
I heard policy out of his mouth.
He may have used the word policy at some point in the debate, but he never advocated a policy because the topic of the debate was decision making. He's talking about the decisions that people make.
So he never says that we should have, do this thing because it produces this result. He doesn't say that.
Well, that's not the same thing as what you're saying. Everybody makes decisions because they want to achieve a certain result.
Right.
That's what
he wants to achieve a certain result, and he's using the numbers to do it.
That's what everybody does when they make decisions.
Thank you. Okay, so this is
that doesn't make it political, and that doesn't make it nefarious.
That's not even what I said. Okay, I'm going to make a statement, and I want you, Mr. Destiny, to tell me if he did or didn't.
I'm not Destiny.
I just want you to be accurate.
I don't even know his political
positions. I want to be
positions.
Accurate. He comes out and he says, we can take, and he gave an example. I'll give you an example. This is what he said. He either said this or he didn't say it.
Yeah.
He goes, you can take a ball and put it at the top of the hill. You take and you go and you got like a perfect ball, perfect hill. You roll it down. He goes, can you determine where, when you let it go, that it is going to, at a certain time in a certain place, it's going to roll past and you bowling ball hit the head pin? I mean,
Yeah.
you can or you can't do that.
So the one wrinkle I would add to that example is that determinism doesn't posit that you can determine where the ball will land. Determinism posits that the place the ball will land is determined. Do you see the distinction?
Yeah, no.
Because we don't have perfect knowledge.
Okay.
It's a claim about the universe.
Okay, but that's not what he was saying, but I understand your point. Can you, with perfect knowledge, friction, speed, blah, wind, drift, yada, 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 determine where that ball is going to stop?
I would say yes.
Yeah,
now,
yeah,
given that perfect knowledge is not achievable, but you can get closer.
Which is my point,
you
but
can
let
get
me
closer and closer all the
finish.
time.
Let me finish. That he said, can you, and he asked his guest, do you think that with enough information we can tell where that ball is going to wind up? Yeah, probably. You know, he goes, okay, now if we put a little bump in it, now we have a tree. Now we have all these gazillion other variables. We got a fan here blowing that kind of, it's going to change everything. It's chaos, okay? It's all of these factors and variables that go into someone's life, that goes into society, that goes into the ball. Still, with perfect knowledge, artificial intelligence, we got whatever the hell it is, all these factors of the social media, the feed of the whatever, can we determine where that ball is going to be? Is it determinable if we had perfect knowledge? And your answer is?
Well, a determinist would say yes, and at this point in the debate, I'd have to say yeah. I think that if you had perfect knowledge of the trajectory and the spin and the torque and the gravity and the everything, that a ball would land in the same place over and over again, that science is replicable.
So then you go, and this is kind of, you get Jurassic Park, where you have the Jeff Goldblum characters going, look, chaos, it's any slight imperfection in anything, boom, 100 years later, the beat of a butterfly's wing determines 200 years whether a typhoon killed somebody or not, okay? So but they're not making that argument that it's just too complex. You can't predict the weather outside of certain parameters for more than whatever, because it's just too complicated.
Right.
They don't believe that. They go, look, no, it can be determined, and it is determined. It's already predestined, and we just don't have enough information to do it. If we had enough information, we could do it.
So a determinist would say yes,
not.
but there's a point at which, for me, this breaks down, because the whole free will determinism debate is a thing that predates a lot of our scientific knowledge. And these arguments that people make about balls and chaos theory and weather patterns and things like that, they're based on an entirely Newtonian view of physics. And to some extent, especially in the modern world, we've moved beyond a Newtonian view of physics, and we're talking about quantum physics and probabilities and things like that.
Just another variable.
Well, it appears that it might be that chaos hides in this, that quantum particles do not behave predictably the way that physical Newtonian particles do.
Yeah.
So at that frame of reference,
we just
you
need
don't have
another
the same
Internet of Things realm in the quantum field if we get it. We just need more sensors.
That's not.
Hey man, it's a determined. Is a quantum particle determinable? Either it is or it isn't.
So that is the question. There is a debate in quantum physics now as to how predictable quantum events are.
You just need another sensor.
And the answer is that it appears that they are not. That
they don't have enough sensors.
So
see, that's an argument that you say 100 years ago. Oh, we can never figure out this. We can never do. I always put up a satellite. Okay, we can go an extra day. Hell, 100 years ago, we don't know if it was going to rain this afternoon, unless Grandpa, Ricky's knee was acting up or something. I mean, they just didn't know. So now they're going. So this is the point that I'm making, and I am of the opinion. Davi may be of a different opinion. This is my opinion from listening to the Destiny all this time. He wanted to make the argument that with enough data, you can determine if you're going to have a society that goes one way or another based on the experiences that it had, however many eons ago, last year, 100 years ago, the guy's parents, of the teacher, the coach, whatever. Okay, that these are factors. You're not making a decision based on, like the other guy would say, well, I think without any experiences whatsoever, and all of a sudden I'm just time traveling and plop down here on the earth, that I would somehow know that it's wrong to just take somebody's stuff. And he goes, well, why would you know that? How would you know that? You're a product of something. And so I'm with him on that. I'm like, yeah, no, you are a product of your experiences. You're going to be but he extrapolates from that. If we know that, and I can get you to agree, you agreed, Ernie, you're an agreeer, that you are the product of your environment, that your experiences determine the decisions that you make.
Influence, not determine.
All right. Influence the decision that you make. That the end result is you made a decision. So anyway, so you got influence of a decision that you make. So you go, okay. And is it every time? You know, every dog you beat about the head every day is going to bite you? Probably not. You know, a lot of them just cower or they whatever. Some of them, different breeds are different. They're going to react a different way. So the point that he was making, if we know this on whole, that we have a certain policy, or we need to...
No, that's not what he said.
I heard the goddamn word policy came
But you
out
did
of
not
him.
hear the word should. Because the point was not what policy should be enacted. The point was, how do humans make decisions? That's the topic of the debate.
Pull it up. Let's do it right now. We'll just, there's no sense talking about it. We just have him speak for a little bit for himself, because it was obvious. I don't care where we put it. You do 2 minutes, you'll see what I mean. Okay, let me pull this up.
Yeah, I don't
Destiny
know. I don't have it open anymore.
YouTube. Probably don't even have to have that show. Do you know what the date was of the show?
Nope. I mean, I guess it might be in my browser history. Let me look there.
Let's see. So I got his thing up, and see if you can find, what it was. Do you remember what the name of it was?
Nope.
So my perspective was that he was going and trying to get people to determine that we are determinist.
I feel like I speak to somebody that is actually...
Sorry. What was that? Oh, is that you? He goes, his whole point is that we are deterministic by other factors is what determine what we can, we do or not. And so the first question is, so society is to blame, you're not responsible for the rape that you did of whatever and so on. And he goes, no, you're kind of sort of almost, you take responsibility for your actions, but you're not totally responsible. And this is how sentencing thing, this is a big deal 20 years ago. It's like, oh, it's a product of environment, and he grew up poor, and so he gets less of a prison sentence, of, whatever the heck. And I'm going, all right, what are the ramifications of that? That's a whole nother political thing. But this is what I'm trying to say before, I'll see if Davi lets me say it one more time. By having enough information, you can determine that so many people out of 100 are going to be more likely to something, okay? The determining factors that went into their decision making is going to have an impact on people's decisions. Influence their decisions, okay? To what? I don't know, to anything. To vote, to not vote, who they vote for, what actions they take, whatever. So this is political, okay? It comes down to freaking political, I guarantee it, all right? So then he's going, from this information, that's why he likes using, what are your studies? Where do you get your information to make that claim that, whatever it is?
Yeah, how do you verify what you're saying?
So what he's saying, he's going, there are tons of information that would support that when you have certain policies or laws or norms or people or influences or whatever the hell it is going to determine how these people are influenced to make a certain decision. You can look at the numbers. I can show you the numbers. Now, this was done recently in the last 15 years or so with a book called Freakonomics. And I give you an example of what he's talking about. In Freakonomics, and we had him on the shows and everything, Charles and I, and he acted up and all that. It was a big deal at the time. I think these are the same guys that did Generation X. They wrote a book about, and they popularized the term Generation X.
I don't know.
And then they came out with this book, Freakonomics. What they said is the reason, there was a bunch of stuff like this, the reason you have a reduction in the crime rate, they were saying, and they go from studies and statistics, and we can show, and this is what shows in the urban crime went down, and they say whatever, because of Roe v. Wade. Because there were single mothers that had ready access to abortion as like a form of birth control, and that they didn't have children in a single mother household that then would, without money and poor and went on to commit crime because that was their economic opportunity. It was a determining factor of this, and look at our numbers, and we did a study. Okay? So he's going, well, these factors that, the opportunity to have an abortion, I can show you these numbers, and this is, and so therefore the policy or the, right solution or the influence on whatever it is that you want can be determined by whatever. Okay? So this is what the kind of thing that he would do. There was something that would interest him, and he would go get and look and get the numbers. I got a study for you. I got my little file card, index card cabinet here. I'm going to look through and kind of, man, there it is right there. This study says whatever. Now, what about vaccines, or what about? So he can apply it to anything. To what end? What is your number saying? What would you
no end.
want?
That wasn't the topic.
No, I didn't say it was a topic. That's why I want him on the show. I want to ask him directly. Do you or do you not advocate for a change in policy or law that will change that number in the direction that you want? Yes or no? That's what I want to know.
So here's what I want to know. Why isn't this the rant you go on when Vince Aprenowitz comes on here and talks about immigration? Why isn't this the rant you go on when Frank comes in here and talks about Donald Trump? Like, they are also...
Like, you're still voting?
They are also...
I don't care what your policy is.
They're like you've... Okay, you're right, Ernie. There's a statist on YouTube. We live in a universe of statists. 99% of the people in your day, the cashier at the grocery store, is probably trying to think about what policy should be enacted to change whatever number they think is important.
Right, because what do you think I do? What do you think the show is? What do you think the goal is here? What's my goal? What's my stat that I'm trying to do? Why am I doing this?
I don't know.
I want to be able to make my own decision without an influence that doesn't affect I'm bothering anybody. If I'm not violating someone else's life, liberty, or property, I don't give a crap what your number says. I don't care how many of whatever, something that bothers you, and how whatever, and we're not getting enough money to something. I don't care.
So if this were a formal debate, and we were having a debate...
Formal, let's do it.
Between free will and determinism, a moderator would have to stop you there and say, I'm sorry, that's a non sequitur. It's not relevant to the question of the debate.
What is not relevant?
What you choose is not relevant to the question of how you choose.
I wouldn't disagreeing with him. I'm going, do you have, because that's what they were saying. The other guy was arguing that you're responsible for your own decisions, and that as an individual, you do whatever the hell it is. He's arguing, he's going, look, your decisions are based on the influences over your entire life. I agree. Now what?
Then he's won the debate.
Okay, win what? Your decisions are influenced by other stuff. You win. He wins. Destiny, you win.
A truer
now
description of reality is that people make decisions based on a whole host of experiences in their life. They don't make decisions independently of those.
Agreed.
Experiences.
Now what?
That just means that Destiny won the debate.
To do what?
You've agreed with his proposition.
Now I want to know if you have a number, and he was making this argument. If you have a way to determine the influence, because this is what he was saying. I don't know. No, he didn't say that. This is what I got from him, is that if you have perfect knowledge, if you know exactly how that ball is going to roll down whatever crack and pebble in the road of whatever the hell, then you can determine where that ball is going to land. I don't want it to land there. That's a bad place for it to land. Let's not have it land there.
Yeah, you could do that.
And I go, okay. So what's your solution? Well, we need to change, this stuff. And now I'm going, okay, voluntarily, by force, with tax money.
Yeah, the moderator would have to stop you there and say, this is not the topic of the debate.
It's a topic of when he comes on my freaking show. I guarantee it.
Well, I mean, that's perfectly fine, and he'll decide whether or not he wants to take on that debate.
And
but
he
the
won't.
point is,
That's my point.
It's totally absurd for you to expect me to not only defend the position of his debate, but also to predict his political opinions and defend those when they're not
I don't care what
position.
his political opinion is. What I want to know is how he thinks he's going to have public policy, because he's going to pull out 15 gazillion studies.
So
I can do the same thing
why
on
didn't
vaccines.
you have this
or
debate with Frank today?
Because the Trump report let him say what he wants. He comes on here to say what he wants.
Right, but you don't scream at him about what number it is that he hopes that Trump will change. And you don't scream with him
Still
about
voting?
whether or not you're allowed to not do the things that he wants Trump to make you do. Like, you don't do that with everyone. So there's a selection process in your mind over who you are going to decide this is your tact with.
This is how this came up, why it was a thing. Does free will truly exist? A debate and determinism. Here it is. Somebody put it up for me. Okay, thank you. All right, do this. Pull this up. Here we go. They found it. Audience, you demand. Okay, so it was, this is just 20 minutes. Debate and chat. Now, this thing was hours, But anyway, let's just put out, just play, So I guess he's doing this while he plays video games is how this goes. But before I do this, let me go ahead and finish my point. My concern is that, and Davi and I have been talking, that I can see in political, and this is becoming not just Ernie, saying this, not that I give a crap if anybody else says or not, but, this is what I see happening. The left, or that side of the political, and the right does it too. It's just more obvious on the left because they get smaller slivers. You want to get 50% plus one. I win. I'm president. I get to sign or veto laws that control, hundreds of trillions of dollars now. I mean, it's just ridiculous, okay? So they're going, I want to be in charge of, and there's a group wants that guy in charge of, we're going to be in charge, let's be in charge. And I go, okay, well, how are they going to do that? The left, what I'm seeing is they segment society and try to bring identity politics and peel off a segment of society, and you do that enough and you get enough people, then you have 50% plus one. So it starts off with simple things like it's you didn't used to have women. You're typing, so turn this off while I rant here because you're making noise. So I have a men. There's men out there. Then all of a sudden, women, we want the vote. We want to right to, we kind of whatever, and that's men versus women, and, men hating men, supporting women or whatever, just like Hillary was saying there were women hating women and did what their husbands say and they voted for Trump or ouch, quit it, back and forth. So it's men, women. Well, before that is probably, minority versus or white, black, or after slavery, was semi-ended. And what, I mean, there's always these segments, but you got male, female. Then you'll have, white, not white. Then you'll have gay, not gay. Then you'll have, and you get down to the trans and the this, and there'll be GTQ of, the seventh letter, whatever that is. You have, you keep segmenting down and down and down, and you say, identify with this group, we're your guys. You vote Democrat. You vote us. We're the ones that's going to help you. And if the Democrats don't do it enough, we got this new thing called the Progressive Democrats, another grouping. And I'm seeing they're getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And you'll see what I see. I put up on Freeman's Phoenix. It's not a secret. That's it. The reason I bring up something, because I know Davi has a comment, and he's friends with and delves in and has a lot of friends that are in alternative lifestyle area on social media of whatever. Family. I'm sorry, what?
Family, not just friends. I am a product of alternative lifestyles.
Oh, okay, so my point is that he's sensitive and has an opinion on LGBTQ, trans, this, all these alternative lifestyles that are down over here represented. When I say I don't care. I don't care what they're thinking. You go, well, see, you're not sensitive enough that these people will stop listening to you because you don't care about their, sexual lifestyle of whatever. And I go, okay.
I don't think you have to care.
But I don't care.
I just think it's silly of you to continue to pontificate about something you're willfully ignorant about.
What?
You're willfully ignorant on this subject.
I can be totally ignorant about every single everything and still be very clear about I don't want them taking my money and running my life. Do I need to know everything about everybody that wants to take my money? Is that required?
So you've just committed
Is that required? I want to know if that's required for me to not care. I'm going to tell you. You're going to know when I'm done. For me to not care what their sexual lifestyle is, where they came from, what disability they got, what race they are, who their parents, what their living situation. I don't care. That does not give them the right ability to advocate and take my money and then change policy and elect and do whatever to spend it for whatever the hell they want, rather than me spending it on my family. And when I say I don't care, that's what I mean. Of course I care about individuals and human beings and be free to have their own plan. They get their own plan, I get my own plan. But anybody that has a plan, I don't give a crap what their statistics are. I don't care how much they come up in their perfect knowledge of IBM AI supercomputer of whatever the hell comes up. Ding! The decision is this, technocracy says, and we're going to do that. I'm going to take your money to do it. I go, that I care about. Nope, you're not allowed to do it. Boom, done. Well, you can't have that opinion because you haven't walked a mile in their shoes. Why do I gotta care? I don't care. I only care how they're going to take from me. And for me to have to understand, I don't want to know the sociopathic politicians got the granddaughter of the person that Somalia, detainee of the country. Don't care. I care about them as an individual human being and being treated equally under the law. But if that law is violating my life, liberty, or property and my ability to take care of myself and my family, I care about that, And why do I have to care what their whole history is of why they had that decision? Ernie, you don't have enough compassion to understand that they have a really noble reason for taking your money. Don't care. Go.
I don't see any point in discussing something you don't care about.
All right. What do you think we're discussing? About somebody's lifestyle? Is that what we're discussing? What are we discussing?
All I know is that you keep saying you don't care.
I don't care what somebody's personal. Am I allowed not to care? How many, letters in the alphabet do I have to care about to be able to have an opinion? How many letters? How many different groups?
What was the question?
How many people in this society that want my money do I have to care about to have an opinion that they can't take my money?
So the assumption that you've just, the connection that you've just made without any reasonable reason to make the connection is gay, trans people, people who want to take my money. These are not synonymous categories. They overlap. It's a Venn diagram, but you're jumping on the category of people who want to take my money. And in response, you're saying you don't care about anything anybody has to say about any other topic, including free will and determinism. You don't really care about that philosophical question.
No, my philosophical question, I was sitting there listening to this, I'm going, what he's advocating is that...
He wasn't advocating anything in that debate.
All right. That means we got to play. So I just put it in the middle of this one. I've never even listened to anything else.
Do you remember what I
says.
said? Screaming at people that you don't care loses the audience. That applies to me too. If you don't care about something, I don't want to discuss it with you.
No, you want me to care about what you want me to care about.
So do you.
Yeah, and I want to care. I want people to understand it gets way down to the bumper sticker that all of the diversity of humanity doesn't fucking matter. What matters is that you get to pursue your own happiness. That's not my happiness. And why do I have to care about how would I deterministically even have the exposure of being raised to even know what do I have to understand? Do you want to understand? I go to, a gay, trans, homeless shelter for teen of whatever and going on about how I'm raising my grandchildren. He doesn't care. He goes, I don't care. There's a whole bunch of stuff. They're not going to give a crap about what I think. And that's why I bring it down. None of that stuff matters. What's the binding, unifying issue for me? Leave me alone. Do you want to be left alone? to the point until I want to take your money and do what I want to with it. I mean, I'm going, whoa, we can't be butts.
Why don't you scream this at Frank? Why don't you scream this at all of the statists you have on your show?
This is amazing. The audience is knowing that I do this all the time. You're the only one saying, "Oh, why don't you do this to everybody else?" Hell, that's all we do.
No, what you do for Frank is you ask me to not interrupt him.
It's Frank. Trump
Frank
report.
is the fucking pinnacle of interrupting anything he ever wants.
It's the Trump report with Frank.
So where's the gay report?
You want to do gay report? Bring it on.
Okay.
How often you want to do it?
Never. You don't care.
Not
Why
really.
would we do it at all?
Not really. I don't care about Trump.
So, okay, okay, you don't care about Trump. Why don't you scream, "Am I allowed not to care?" every time it comes up?
Audience, do I do that a lot?
You do that to Frank? You're going to say to Frank, "I don't care about Trump. Am I allowed not to care about Trump?" every time he brings it up?
Not every time,
right,
but
so
enough.
there's a difference in the way that you approach these topics. Trump is trying to take your money too, but he doesn't get this treatment. He gets a pass for some reason.
I think that the audience is, probably going, Ernie's pretty consistent on this stuff, along with everybody. And this is the one thing that upsets you, is that you're like focusing on, the alternative sexual community of whatever the hell. And the reason it's one of a billion stories that's out there, is that I'm going I bring it up for the segmenting of society to get one more percentage for a left Democrat vote kind of thing.
So this is what you do,
let me
is
finish.
you take non-political things and you turn them into political
things.
Oh,
absolutely. And
so I don't care.
Okay. Well, the audience might care. I'll tell them. Illinois came up with, they're going, we are, when you are diagnosed with gender dysphoria, which is clinical, whatever, it's in a book and a doctor said and something, and it's a medical thing, that we're going to use taxpayer money to correct this problem, or whatever, however they classify. It's something that we're going to pay for to do gender reassignment surgery. Well, it's healthcare. Are you publicly funding healthcare? Well, then healthcare needs to be healthcare, and get over it. And I'm going, this is not, they're making a big deal out of this so that they can get a vote, a sliver. And I'm going, how big is this community? It might be there's a lot of support. Yeah, we should do that. What percentage is that? What is it that they're trying to add to their vote total in such a small amount? Then we have in San Francisco, they used a program, a mayor program. It's just a mayor just made this stuff up. And they go, we're housing 13 teen trans individuals in their own special homeless housing shelter because they're discriminated in whatever
assaulted.
reason.
They are assaulted in general
beaten,
population. So that's a violation of their individual rights, right? That's not an issue of who's taking your money. That's an issue of assault, right? Don't you care about assault? Isn't assault a libertarian issue?
So the solution is taking my money and build them housing.
No, but the point is that you're not complaining about the homeless shelter itself. You're not complaining about the person who stubbed their toe and got public funding. You're complaining only when transgender's in the headline.
No. My point is that they're segmenting down to the smallest sliver of society in order to gain a percentage or even a smaller
Trans people really exist. They really are assaulted.
That's why they're
real
doing it.
people who are really assaulted,
of course they
and it's not an agenda.
Of course they are. No, the agenda is they make a big deal out of it. How
So what you just
are we?
What you just did is I presented the concept of a real trans person who's really assaulted, not a person trying to steal your money, not a person with a political agenda, and you said, no, it is a political agenda. The person is assaulted.
So where's the arrest? Where is the the solution?
I'm sure
on
you
that?
could. You could find numbers.
Where's the
on the arrests of
prosecution?
people for assault, for transgender assault.
So this is the point that I was building up to with the Destiny thing. What he did not put in, and I'm not even sure you can do it. This is where principle comes in. You don't put in what the negative effect on a society is for taking away options, taken away. That's why I say freedom's the answer. What's the question? Any of this stuff, because if you take away the ability for someone to pay or voluntarily monetarily, philanthropically, or being able to spend more time on their own family and not have incentives for the man can't be in the house because you get less welfare, or you have a vibrant society of freedom and everybody's already got a job. And a lot of these, I'm going, where's the math? Where's the study that shows that freedom is the answer, that freedom creates a much more prosperous, better, loving, giving, caring society? That's not even in the mix. It's like, no, we have this thing happens and it creates this bad result over here. And I'm going, where's the freedom option? Where's that stat? Where's it? Well, we got it. It's called America. I mean, the fact that we became so prosperous so quickly, so early on, was to the degree that we were free. And I'm going, with that freedom, libertarianism is the method by which you deserve your freedom. It's not, this is what the goal is. We don't predetermine a goal. It's the mechanism by which you are able to achieve and pursue your own happiness. You're left alone. But what I'm seeing is they're carving up these small slivers of society to add to their 50% plus one thing, and they're going, look, we have a number. We have a way to determine that we got X amount of homeless, X amount of this, X amount of that, so we need the Federal Reserve to reduce the interest rates. I'm like, what? Where's the freedom thing? And then it goes, yeah, but we have this problem. These people are being abused. We got hungry children. We need a food, federal school lunch program. We got these people not doing that. We need more vaccines. We got these people doing that. They got too much. It's all this social and economic engineering because you don't know, Ernie. These people have problems that we have to address. And I'm going, yeah, they were assaulted as an individual human, but I don't care. What the reason? It's like hate crime. Well, they said a bad word while they did it, so they get extra. I'm like, when do the words start having an impact on this stuff? I mean, that's a jury's thing. That's why we have juries. We're supposed to, So my point on this and the entire argument and discussion is that someone's circumstance, life decisions, what influenced them, where they are, where they're at, does not shiny badges don't grant special rights. Shiny causes, shiny the sexual preferences, none of that gives you extra rights. Boom. Mic drop. That's my point. So it's going, no, but you need to understand and know why. Why? I mean, not that I, as a human being, I've had, every which way a guest of every. I'm looking forward to getting Destiny on. Let's do it. I'll be ahead and have him get on because I want to know. The only question that I don't think was asked and clearly answered that I would repeat on them is I go, you have a number. Let's say we do have perfect determination. I'm going, okay, is that whatever policy that would, have the benefit of whatever it is that you think it's going to do, can it be, I be forced to care by taking my money? And well, yeah, we have, or no, okay, I don't, if he goes, no, I just want people to know that they're a product of their environment. I go, okay, you win. I agree. 15 minutes, we're done. Now, if it goes, well, therefore, don't you think that way? I go, nah, okay, here we go. That's all I want, is I want to know when he has if we got perfect information and we know that certain people have this problem or whatever, and we're going to make a policy, because he's obviously, from my perspective, a progressive, but he's advocating free market, kinda, to justify capitalism as the best way to do something based on this number report. I didn't even get the capitalist part of it. Where do you think he's a capitalist?
It's because none of that was relevant to the topic.
But I mean, what did he say before that makes him a capitalist? What's his thing?
That's his thing. That's what he says. That's what he believes. That's what he argues.
All right, I just got it in the middle here somewhere at 7 minutes into 7-11 seconds. I just, here we go, see what he says. Oh, wait a minute. I got to put the cord in. All right, here we go.
Mind that is special, that is unique, that is different than a rock falling outside, than a tree falling over then a leaf falling from a tree, then a raindrop falling from the sky, then all of these things happen and are perfectly governed by the laws of physics, much the same way that neurons firing in your head are the product of chemical reactions that all obey the same laws of physics, that all of it is perfectly within what we understand of the universe. Nobody has ever ran an experiment or done a test of the human brain and found that something was happening that was metaphysical, right? Although I guess by definition you can't really test the metaphysical, right? But, well, I don't know if that's necessarily true or not. But yeah, once you start to see these things as being, electrochemical, my bad, ion chains. Once you start to understand that the human brain is just as much trapped and bound by the laws of physics as everything else, then it becomes a lot easier to accept the idea that, well, okay, if that's true, then any particular chemical reaction firing in my head at any point in time was probably caused by prior chemical reactions, much the same as every single other physical thing in the entire universe takes place, right? That nothing in the physical universe just happens, right? Nothing will ever just start moving, or right? Energy can't be created or destroyed. It only, transferred from one medium to another or something, I think, right? How do you explain consciousness if we're just ordinary? It makes sense to look at a rat and say it responds to stimuli, but it's way different being in the driver's seat. The problem with...
Okay, so this is what he's saying, is that determinism, and he kind of made that point there, is that every decision that we do is based on a series of events that gets it. It's like inception. Whatever, you have a small little kernel and boom, that's the decision you made and it changes your life. I don't disagree with that. I'm going, okay, now what? Okay, now you know that you got this perfect knowledge. Are you willing to cross the line and to get whatever your perfect decisioning, making whatever, and willing to use political force to take money from me to change that number? Because he is, advocate.
God,
You know.
So paranoid. He never said anything like that.
I want to know.
Okay.
I want to know. Don't you want to know?
It's not even a topic on his show. I've never heard him say anything like that.
I want to know. I want to know. You should ask. I go on the thing. I want to know. Because I want to know how he hedges. Because this is the example of, I'm thinking that, I'm going, here's a progressive that
I
says...
don't know that he identifies as a progressive.
Okay, well,
I find it hard to believe he'd ever vote for a Democrat. He associates with what I would call progressive causes, like feminism. Not every feminist is a progressive. Like, progressive is a whole political category.
So does he advocate for policies that would promote whatever his position on feminism is?
I've never heard him promote a policy. I've never heard him say you should, because that's not what he does. That's not the Socratic method.
I mean, if he's Socratically asking me a question, do you think that, your actions determine your previous experiences determine your future decisions? I go, yeah, you win. Now what?
Then he wins the debate.
Okay, he won.
He put forward a proposition, and it turned out that his opponent agreed.
Yeah. Okay, he wins. But as I listen through this, he's going, because what I heard was all this technocracy stuff, all this smart city stuff. If we had more data, if we had the Internet of Things,
single word about smart cities.
He kept going on. If we get more data,
smart cities was a different topic. Smart cities was a topic about San Francisco.
Accumulation of data. I don't know how's he getting all this data. Where's his data coming from?
I don't know, man. I guess there's like an internet of data.
Yeah, no, he's definitely a data guy. So I'm just going. I mean, that would be the discussion. I'd probably have friendlier conversation with him than Davi. About him. So
I'm actually intrigued by that prospect.
I think it'd be awesome. I have absolutely no problem with because I just want to do Ernie Socratic method. I want to ask my questions.
See, you say stuff like that. This is why someone like Destiny, in response to that guy, says something like, I don't know how to respond to that because I'd have to educate you from the ground up. Like, you don't know what the Socratic method is. You don't know what transgenderism is. You don't know what cisgenderism is until I told you. Like, and so when you don't understand quantum physics, you've just heard the term quantum computing. And so you ramble off something about quantum computing. It's like, I'm sorry, I don't know how to respond to that because we'd have to start at the bottom of what quantum physics is.
Well, we are definitely going to start at the bottom of whatever he's talking about.
But you don't care. You are willfully uneducated on these topics. You won't let someone.
No, I'm not going to talk about.
You.
No, I don't care about somebody's sexual orientation.
Right. You don't. You are willfully ignorant on these topics.
Willful. Damn Skippy.
Right. So
willful.
I mean, So I don't know how to respond. I would have to educate
Why
you.
see? I raised my hand again. Why do I have to care?
You don't.
What does that
If you don't
possibly
care,
have to do
we shouldn't
with
discuss
them
it.
wanting to take, anybody wanting to take my money?
If you don't care, we shouldn't discuss it.
Well, so I got like a noble cause. They got a noble cause enough, then it's okay.
Nobody has said that. I haven't said anything.
No,
like
I mean,
that.
you're saying that if I understood, maybe it'd be okay or something. What are you saying?
No, that's not. No, but didn't say that either.
So if I can't say it doesn't matter if I don't understand.
What doesn't matter?
That someone's sexual orientation and how they were brought up and the trials and tribulations of and all the kind of whatever, I can't, just go, look, I don't care, and you still don't get access to my money. Well,
Nobody's asking for access to your money.
Well, that's what I'm worried about.
I'm not. Destiny didn't say anything. I get that that's
We're
what
gonna
you're
find
paranoid
out.
about.
Yes, I am, because I'm seeing what I was triggered by on this. I go, I've heard this before. It is a segmenting of society down to the slivers of whatever the heck it is, and then an advocacy. And what he was doing is he goes, there is a number
It only
generated
looks that way
by
because
this
you're
information.
ignorant on these topics.
I'm going to be
It's
the
because-
topic. What the hell does the knowledge of the topic have anything to do with it? No, I'm asking that question. Why do I have to know what somebody does in their bedroom?
Are you familiar with the expression, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail?
Yep.
Okay, so you have a hammer that's taxation is bad.
Yep.
And so every topic that comes up, you just keep hitting that nail, even when it's not relevant. And you're willfully ignorant. You're refusing to learn why it's not relevant. Because it's not the topic.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it is the topic.
Yeah, I
I'm
know,
saying-
because you have a hammer.
No, I'm saying they got a hammer. They're using this stat. This brings up, this is bad things and policy.
They who? Who's
and
they?
we knew. No, whatever they come
You
up
said
with
we
some
couldn't
stat.
use they unless we defined who it was.
They
So
come
who's
up
they?
Okay, anybody comes up with a stat and they say this statistic is important enough that we need to change that number. And
Yeah,
what
I got one. I can do this. We can do this right
Do
now.
it. Do it.
And I don't have this number, but I'm willing to guess that this is the number. I am willing to posit that if we went out and we looked and we got the data, way more trans people would have their rights violated than are violating other people's rights.
Okay.
That's all. That's the number.
So how are we going to take my money to change that number?
Nobody said that. Why are you being paranoid?
So what do I care?
So you don't. You don't care
Well, maybe
about...
I do care. As a libertarian, I'm going, look, man, any individual having their life, liberty, and that's why I say on the show all the time, if I don't advocate for your right to be free and left alone, I can't expect it to happen to me. And I expect everybody gets that based on their breathe in and out human being, and I don't give a crap what country you're from. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care what you do in the bedroom. Nope, you got to understand and know what I do in the bedroom of this group and how the Amish live and this group, Mormons and how many wives they got and how much they got. I don't
think it
care.
makes you uncomfortable. I think that's why we don't want to talk about it.
Talk about what?
I think that the gay trans issue makes you personally uncomfortable. And so you want to keep hitting a nail that you're familiar with because it's an unfamiliar topic to you.
When I bring Athena in
Even
and we
when it's
talk
not
about,
relevant.
we have a transgender friend that comes in and everything, and I'm like, there's a bunch of questions that, it makes me uncomfortable. I don't know if she's, had her penis removed or not. Do I need, does it matter? I mean, it'd be titillating for the audience. It'd be interesting. It kind of, you could ask, how did you have the operation? How was that operation? Who paid for the operation? I mean, I can go in deep and get all kinds of detailed, but I really don't care because it doesn't enter into the discussion that I want to have.
You sure want to talk about it a lot for someone who doesn't care.
I talk about it with you because I know that you would do this. When I go, here is another segment of society that it's gotten down into the 13 trans, gender teenagers that get apartment building turned into their home because of their abused on the street of the whatever. And I'm going, wow, I got a whole line of people been abused on the street and children that need and people, where's their house? You know, I'm going.
They have lots of them.
So
San Francisco makes lots of homeless shelters.
See, this is my point. You know, some animals are more equal than others, and I'm just, there's some because you haven't walked a mile in their shoes or whatever. I'm going, none of them. I want the freedom and ability to help my friends and people that I like, and I got trans friends and stuff. I don't care. And in the detail, you're saying, well, you obviously care because you talk. I want them to be able to advocate. I want them to be able to express themselves. I want them to be. And the reason I had Athena on is it was a few years ago at Pork Fest, and she's not an open, ran on about something, but it was the bake the cake thing. When the Libertarian, candidate Gary Johnson, we should make these bakers bake a cake for this gay wedding. Well, the Libertarian philosophy, you can't make anybody do anything they want. Who the hell wants to have a cake made by somebody that doesn't want to make it?
Therefore, every time gay people comes up, we have to talk about cake because all gay people want you to make their cake.
No, I'm telling you why she got up. When that was going on, she got up and they have a soapbox idol thing or whatever. You get to have your say. Well, Athena got up. Man, she was just, I can't call myself libertarian anymore because you guys won't make them bake the cake because that was a big thing with her and she did want whatever. So I'm going, all right, if you really want to express yourself, you can come on the show and we'll do it. Well, she was one of the engineers at Arizona State University working on a Hyperloop pod entry of whatever the hell. So her engineering class came in. There was like 4 of them in here, and we did an hour on their entry and then she was in charge of the propulsion unit. It was a compressed gas rocket engine kind of thing. So I'm going, okay, we did all that. Now it's over and you guys can leave. Peace out. Athena and I are going to talk about the transgender issue and baking cakes and why she was upset. So, and they all stayed. They go, oh, no, we're staying for this one. We got questions, too. We want to be. So they obviously cared. I didn't go into, all this special inside and what made her and kind of and when did you know and did you get chopped off for this or not? Because I don't care. That wasn't the issue. It was, why would you advocate as, well, not now a libertarian, for a policy that would force someone to do what you wanted to come, because she did, whatever the reason.
I just don't care. Like, that's an issue that's not even on my radar or something worth caring about.
What?
Whether or not gay people get wedding cakes. Like of all of the things that
was important to her.
Of all of the things that you could, okay, yes, technically it is an act of aggression to force someone to make a gay wedding cake. It's not worth my time to get involved in that issue.
Man, she had not talked about anything ever before or even since that I remember.
I can't.
Definitely triggered her.
Argue on behalf of people that aren't here. You're asking me to explain Destiny's position. Now you're asking me to defend Athena's position. People are not monolithic. We don't all have the same opinions.
Well, I'm just like, you're going, you don't care, and I'm like, God.
Yeah, I don't care. The gay wedding cake issue, I don't care. Let states vote. Let cities do whatever they want. It's
you're allowed not to care.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there are way worse things going on in the world. Because there are way worse acts of aggression going on in the world.
Yes.
Against that doesn't matter.
Yeah, and this is all right. So this is what the discussion between Davi and it's the only thing that really disagree about. And I think Davi's real concern is that the animation that I put towards these issues like this, he doesn't think, because he's not here when we talk about the other stuff, that I put the same kind of thing towards the website developers or platforms that want to leave me open to go to whatever.
It's probably just as obnoxious for them too.
Yep. And that's one thing that Davi's trying to correct me on. He's going, look, man, the second you say I don't care, you lost that audience. And I'm going, okay, what do you think the audience is that I'm looking for? What do you think the one that I want to retain, I want to build on, that people go, yeah, what he said? It is those that do I have to care about all these issues that I'm bombarded with? Clear the mind fog. That's how in 2003 when we first started doing the show. Clear the mind fog. Clear the mind fog. Take all this crap and just blow it away, and you get down to the base issue. What are they willing to use force to accomplish? And I am of the opinion that through my entire life of doing, adult life of being an activist since '88, there has always been a number. It's an export-import, balancing number. It's an unemployment number. It's an interest number. It's a gas price number. There's always some number. What do we do to change that number? This number is important, and you care about this number, don't you? This number, we got a number, and we did a bunch of sensors to give us some data on more numbers, so we got a number. Here's the number. Well, Cambridge Analytica, they had a number. They had, here's the number of people that do whatever, and Trump wins. So now I got Hillary coming out saying Facebook is trying to re-elect Trump again, and yada, 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 yada. There's always some number, and I'm going, clear the mind fog. All those numbers don't mean anything to me. Does it mean anything to you? Well, what it means to me is it just another justification, reason in carving up society to get you to advocate for they manipulate your empathy. Because we are empathetic social creatures, they know that if they can get you to care about something and then identify with that issue or that group or those people, that we can get your advocacy, your vote, your willingness, or you just sit down and you're confused, so that we can take your money, or we can take your freedom, or we could do some program in the name of or something. And they're doing this way, so we should be able to change and alter and make it better for these guys over here. And I go, don't care. I don't want the ability for them to take my money for any noble cause. That's what the Cindy Sheehan thing was all about in Camp Casey and all that. She had her son die in Iraq. She goes to the White House, and George W. Bush shakes her hand. He died for a noble cause, thanks to the noble cause of noble cause. So her whole campaign was, what the hell is noble cause? What are you talking about? I want to know what the noble cause was that my son died for. All the other stuff, don't care. What was the noble cause? Well, yeah, he wouldn't answer it. They go camp out in front of his ranch. It goes on and on and on and on to answer the question, what noble cause? And I want that question asked. What noble cause is going to justify taking my money, my time away from my family to do whatever it is that you're doing? I think that one thing is freedom. Is the answer. What's the question? And whenever there's a problem, it sounds like we don't have enough freedom. Sound like you're not allowed to go feed the homeless. Sounds like you're not allowed to give them a blanket. It sounds like you're not. More freedom, more options, more prosperity, more jobs, more, all comes with freedom. So I go, all that other stuff, I don't care. Well, how can you say that and advocate for them as individuals if you don't care about their life and their whatever the hell? And I go, do I have to care? Well, I'm not going to listen to you if you don't. Okay. So I'm out there with all these other people that are triggered just by it's immigration, or it's a gun thing, or it's health care, or there's a 15 gazillion things of some program that they come out and we got a number, and if we say this is bad, right? It's bad. You gotta agree this is all bad. GMO's bad. This is bad. Well, we got to have a program and a number that we changed to whatever the hell it is. And I'm going, if you do away with all the force in the system. The violence inherent in the system, I'm going, if you do away with that and you get down to the base promise of the protection of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and your pursuit of happiness is yours, and as long as it doesn't interfere with mine, peace out. Let's talk about your circumstance, which we have had people on talk about these things. But when it comes down to a policy or spending my money, which I feel, and why I want to have Destiny come on, and I'm going, okay, you have perfect knowledge, you advocate, and you're done. I agree with you. I agree. We're in agreement. Now what? I wanted to ask that.
It's like you're tilting at windmills.
Well, it's a windmill I want to tilt at. Am I allowed to tilt?
Yeah, but it's also like you're tilting at windmills while barns are burning.
I think that is the barn. That is my point. The reason I don't care about somebody's lifestyle and what they do and everything, because I think we're all going to pay. And it's because of this carving up. It's because of justifying some policy that, takes away either my freedom to act, my freedom to spend, my freedom to have, my freedom to just be left alone on my land, my freedom to not get back, my freedom to be gay, my freedom to, add on or whack off whatever I want on my body. That is the core base of everything, in my opinion. Declare your independence. I don't want to be dependent on for any reason. You can't come up with a reason that I can advocate for we or my friends, family, audience, constituency, if I'm an elected official of the kind of whatever, that's going to justify me doing evil. That I put a gun to your head, I'm going to take away your freedom and your treasure for me to do whatever the hell it is. I don't care how great and wonderful it is. That is the sole base core of why I do what I do. That is it. I advocate for freedom for everybody, so I have a much likelier chance of getting it myself. And whatever noble cause I come up with, or justification or number or anything, is not going to change that, in my opinion. So I want to know what building up in this number of you guys. I'm going, all right, he can say whatever.
Keep hitting that nail, man.
Yes!
It's a screw, but keep hitting it.
All right. Hit hard enough, it'll go in. All right. Anything else you want to say? We got work to do.
Yeah, Murray Rothbard, who many libertarians view as a sort of foundational economist, said that it's no crime to be ignorant on economics, but it's totally irresponsible to have a loud and vociferous opinion on economics while remaining ignorant. I would say that that's also true of transgender issues, gay issues, and any other issue. If you're ignorant on these topics, it's utterly irresponsible to be loud and vociferous in your opinion on them.
So do I got to know everything about the operation of military whatever, or on plumbing, or on electrical, for me not to have them advocate that the government has policies that I have to use their certain kind of plumbing of whatever, and the yada, yada, yada. See, I don't care. I have a very, very well, thought out of leave me aloneism.
Yeah, you have a hammer and you see nails. I get it.
You're right.
That's how ignorant people respond to things. That's why he said that about economics.
I am ignorant on. I probably know more about all gay, transgender, blah 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 than I've ever really cared to know. But it's not from interest. It's not from me caring, or I gotta think to be a rounded person, I gotta understand everything. Yeah, I mean, I did a 5.5-hour thing with Angela Keaton, on these very issues. I just let her go, man. Let's do it. And on your way back, you should listen to it. I mean, I'm sympathetic. I mean, go and say, but to say, well, you're just ignorant on this, guilty.
No, you read a story about people being assaulted, and what you thought was upsetting was that the city put them up in a different house.
No, I was upset that was the headline from the press release from the mayor's office.
So which do you think is a greater?
Of this.
Which would you
we
think
are
is a
taking
greater?
Your money and giving it to this sliver 13 people segment. Vote for us. This is the kind of people we are, and your empathy has been triggered, and we're good guys because we did this. And I'm going, no, you're not good guys. You create these problems with all you people living on the street and crapping, and you're not addressing that. You're going, we get a pass because we house 13 transgender teens. I'm going, no, you don't.
But the people who assaulted them got a pass.
Well, I'm not advocating for them.
I know, but you're also not yelling about them. You're not upset about them. You said you don't care about them.
I care about the freedom of every individual and the proper role of government to protect individual liberty, life, and their pursuit of happiness and their property.
Then you're really sloppy.
And their pursuit of happiness is not, I give you a living space at the expense of your neighbors.
So, which do you think is a greater violation of liberty? Option A, 13 people are assaulted for their sexual identity. Option B, the people of San Francisco are taxed for a homeless shelter.
I don't classify it that way because I see...
You don't do triage? Okay.
I see... No, hell no. That's definitely... I'm not a triage guy, okay? I will never justify taking your stuff because it's not as bad as this.
I didn't say justify. I didn't say justify. I'm saying you should be focused on the worst cases of aggression in the world.
And this is what I'm saying.
If that's the hammer you've got, you should find the biggest nails you can find. And you're pounding tiny little nails that don't matter to anybody and don't affect you at all.
See, that's where you're wrong. Because you're not listening
You're
to me.
not paying taxes
You're
in
not
San
listening
Francisco.
to me. You're not listening to me.
You're not listening to anybody.
I am saying that the very concept, the idea, the philosophy, the advocacy of having some reason for taking your money, and this is across the world, and San Francisco mayor comes up and says, we're doing this and you should support us for this. We're advertising that we did this. Love us for having the ability as a government to take your money and spend it on these 13 kids that need this service. And I'm going, that is the problem. That you think you can rationalize stealing money from people in order to fill in the blank, whatever the hell it is that you're doing. And it's not just this. It's for, Agenda 21 and advocating for light rail, whatever the hell, and contractors making a bunch of money on eminent domaining this to build a mall. And I mean, it goes on and on and on and on and on. And a lot of times that is the real focus. That is the real problem. They're just using this as an excuse to vote for us. So then, as we were talking, I'm thinking, I'm going,
you don't live in, taxes you don't pay. It doesn't affect you at all.
I'm saying it was in the news and it's America and they're advocating for and it hit and it's everywhere.
You know what else was in the news?
Virginia,
that these people
Arizona
were assaulted.
Which is kind of my point. They're taken away from what the proper role of government is.
You're shifting your point.
I'm going, are you kidding me? If they take the money, they take the money from this and put it towards law enforcement or going after the guys that beat the kid up, I'm like, boom, I'm not complaining.
So there you
go.
go.
Get 'em.
So you are doing triage. You are advocating a policy to change the number. It doesn't bother you if it's for law enforcement.
Of government, I'm willing to concede. That's why it's declare your independence with Ernest Hancock. If you're going to have a government, what's its promised job?
So Ernie's in favor of giving money to the police department to defend trans
I'm
people.
for them
That's
doing what
Ernie's in
they
favor of.
promise.
He's in favor of taking money
I'm for
from
what
other
they
people
promise.
in order to protect trans people, as long as the police do it and not the mayor. Is that what you're saying?
No.
You just said you didn't have a problem with it.
No, I'm
So
saying
you're
that
justifying it.
I'm saying that if they're going to advocate a policy to stay within the contract. As an anarchist, I'm like, I don't give a crap. You don't take my money for anything.
It is in the contract. This is the contract San Francisco has with its people. You can not like it, but that's the contract they have with their people.
And how'd they get that contract? By getting a majority vote?
I have no idea. I'm not from San Francisco. This has nothing to do
Hell,
with me.
you live there.
I did not ever live in San Francisco.
You were the
That's not true. I lived there for 2
site
weeks.
of the Golden Gate Bridge.
I lived there for 2 weeks when I was like 8 years old, when we first got back from Saudi Arabia, because we lived with my grandmother.
How far
until we
from San
found-
Francisco were you?
40-minute drive.
All right, so you can see the San Francisco Bridge.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, or Golden Gate, whatever. So yeah. See,
It still
I
sounds
just
like
keep
you're
the
more
promise.
concerned about the homeless shelter than the assault.
I'm
Like, you actually
concerned-
literally
I'm
said you didn't care
concerned-
about the assault.
I'm concerned. I didn't say that.
You did. You want to go back and play
I
it?
lied. I am much more concerned by the philosophy of them justifying in whatever segment of society they can carve out to take my money, justify their existence, and ignore the other freedoms that they're supposed to be there to protect. The purpose of government, if you're going to have one, is they can rationalize and say, look, we need the resources to go after the guys that beat up this kid. I don't give a shit if he's trans or did whatever. Let's go do. No, we're not using the resources for that. We're going to give him, we're going to use that instance to give him a house. And I'm going, what? Where's the proper? You
Why
lost
does one
me.
bother you, not the other one?
Why does what bother me?
Why does one of those options bother you and the other one doesn't?
Because that's the promise that the government's making to me, that in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, the 14th Amendment, Equal Protection Clause, all that, everybody's treated equal. And if we're going to take this money,
Okay.
we're gonna use it to go after force and fraud.
So
I mean, that's even what the Libertarian Party thing is all about. We advocate, oppose the omnipotent state and support the rights of the individual to be left alone. I'm going, okay, let's do that. When
So-
they don't do that, I think I got a really good standing to come out and say, look, why are you doing this? Because he needs, they need.
So this is
I go, why do they
ignorance-
need? Because
this
you
is
did
why
all this other
ignorance
shit.
matters. This is why ignorance of the issue matters, okay? So you're ignorant of trans issues because you have one issue, and that is, do trans people want to take my money, right?
Yeah,
and
pretty
so
much.
and so you've decided to say and propose, if you were going to take my money and give it to police to protect trans people, at least that would be fulfilling the promise, right? That's your position. That's what you said, right?
No, what I say is, don't take any of my money.
Yeah, no, I know.
But
But you're bothered less if you're keeping the promise.
Right.
So you would be less upset if money was taken to give to police to defend trans people from assault, right?
No. I'm looking
what
for
you
the
just said.
freedom. No, I'm looking for the freedom to be able to house someone, to
So
give
why
a
are we
blanket,
talking
to
about
feed,
police?
to feed them, to do whatever. Because they would have more. See, this is one thing. San Francisco is a really good example because San Francisco used to have precinct private policing. That
Okay.
was if you ever watched the movie Cuffs with.
Can I finish my point?
Now, what's it? No, you're saying that I think it's okay, to steal from people with a gun as long as I'm giving it to cops to go enforce somebody's rights.
What you said was that it's less egregious because at least they're keeping the promise, right? That's the proper role of government if there is one.
No, I'm saying if they are going to rationalize their existence,
Mm-hmm.
at the very least,
right,
they're going to say the purpose of government from the very beginning is the defense of individual rights.
Right.
I don't see that here. They're
Right.
violating my rights to house somebody.
Right. So here's why ignorance of trans issues is detrimental to this topic. Because what you don't know is that police officers assault trans people and sexually assault trans people way more than they assault other people.
Another break of the promise.
So giving money to the police department to protect trans people is a stupid solution.
Another promise break. I'm with you.
But you just said it. You just advocated it out of ignorance because you think it conforms to the nail you're trying to hit.
I don't see
You're
what you're
proposing
saying.
a bad solution because you don't understand the field you're playing in.
I'm saying that there is a promise, and the promise is that no one can violate someone's individual rights and be a good guy. That's not, and what they do is they justify, and the taxes weren't even in the Constitution.
So someone who does it more
the
is a
taxes
worse
were
guy,
not
right?
even in the Declaration of Independence, and this is my problem with the Constitution. They have the power to tax. In fact, Hamilton goes, well, how the hell are we going to have a sustained war if we aren't able to tax people? Well, hell, that's a big reason for not doing it. So I'm going, but this constitution thing that we're in, I'm going, all right, if I have, you're putting a gun to my head and you take my money, it's for a noble cause. Okay, what's that noble cause? To defend your individual rights. All right, well, go defend my individual rights. Nope, they're stealing the money to give it to somebody else for their benefit. I go, that's a lie. You're not doing that.
That's what police do.
And then that would be a lie, and they're not doing it.
So why are you doing apologetics for police? Why even pretend like that's an acceptable answer?
If they're violating the life, liberty, and property,
That's what police
pursuit of
do.
happiness of a single individual, they're bad and they should be prosecuted and they're excommunicated from.
So why are we talking about police? Because they obviously do that. Like, why would you propose that would be a valid reason for them?
I didn't say it was valid. I say it's a valid excuse. It's when they're purporting to be within that deal, that contract. I'll guarantee the California Constitution does not say give us money so we can violate people's rights. I guarantee it doesn't say that.
Okay.
I mean, it might say that or allow that or whatever, but they did. The government doesn't promise that we're going to abuse this class over that one for you, unless you're a slave, and then we kind of got that changed. But I'm going, this is so the argument that you're making is that, well, they're taking the money anyway, and they're doing.
Not what
Might
I'm
as well
saying.
put it over here.
Not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
What question?
When I say that I don't believe that any health care, subsidy, housing,
okay.
Section
I'm
8,
saying-
all of that, and I don't have to go into the life that these people have. In fact, Donna and I, early on in our marriage, we were poor. I mean, we need. And fortunately, libertarian philosophy, had me, don't go down that path because it's detrimental to me, not just them or society. Now I'm like, get every freaking thing and just, break it into, what difference does it make? It's all done anyway. It's not that I would advocate it because it's a detriment on the individual taking the subsidy. But I'm going, to think that, you're like, screwing up the system or something. I don't care. They just print more money. But, I think the sickness is not whether, trans people, teens get, a house built for 13. That's not my point. My point is that they take even the smallest sliver of society and then advocate how great and wonderful they are for spending money on this and justify taking your money to spend it on that. And I go, you would much better be respected and tolerated if you took the money and did what you promised you were going to do, which was use the government to protect individual rights. You're not doing that. And you're saying the cops don't do it either. Good, get them too. Now what Cuffs, the movie, it was Christian Slater, that's who it was. It was in San Francisco, you had what we used to have here in Arizona called rural metro. It was private fire suppression. Like Scottsdale, you didn't have a Scottsdale Fire Department. You just had this private company you contracted with if you needed fire protection or EMT or something like that. So they go, hell no. The unions, just like a decade ago, got all of the city laws changed where you can't have private, excommunicated them. You got to have a municipal fire and police, and they pay into the union. And now we're screwed with union petition, pensions and whatever. But Arizona had an example. It was a private fire department. San Francisco had a private police department. Now, they had the San Francisco Police Department, but they had precincts. It was like private security that they signed up, like rural metro, to patrol and were paid by the business owners in the community that had police authority. They were on the street of whatever. They had a private, security force that worked with the police department, but they were their own private security. That way. Why? I didn't want it anymore. Were they violating, life, liberty, and property? Were they or they doing it better? It's when you have these options that are doing it better. Here it comes. No, you're not allowed. It's got to be government. So I'm like, it's would they be better off now? I don't know, probably. But this is you're hung up on the fact that it is a really good example of them segmenting society down to 13 trans teenagers to justify God knows how much this thing is costing. There was department. There was like 6 or 7 department heads of just doing that, through the mayor's office. I'm like, holy crap, hell, just give them a check, But I'm going, that is not a proper, role of government. And I'm going, it's here, 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 and here, and we get stuck on, the fact that they're trans, or they're gay, or they're alternative whatever, and when I say, I don't care, then I'm insensitive because I don't know everything about their circumstance. That's what? Going to justify this expenditure? I guarantee it's not going to justify it. Guarantee it. I don't even know what their circumstance is, and it's not that I don't care as a human being or as an individual, but I don't care whatever the reason is going to justify me saying, okay, take my money. I mean, I don't care. And here in Arizona, I know they got the same kind of crap. The reason it comes up on other places around the country is because I look at the national news and whatever hits, because I rarely focus on Arizona because it'd just be same old crap just beaten up on. I've already done that. Been there, done that. Know these guys, it's the same thing around the nation. And I just, give examples. So that's why we're focused on what's going on with the vaccines in New Jersey and Virginia, because it already happened in New York and California. And they carve off. And I'm saying the carving off of all these different segments of society is a tactic. And I saw from Destiny there was another tactic, that we are going to use free market capitalist numbers that did and this many people to justify something. We need to do this. We need to change. He kept we on everything. I'm going, one, who's we? And is there force in this? So I'm looking forward to having Destiny come on. We'll make the effort over a period of time, try and get him on and answer that one question. Okay, what government policy? Is it freedom? We need more freedom here? We're going to leave people alone? Or is it a law that's going to mandate somebody to do something, either pay or they can or can't on something that violate individual rights? That's all I want to know. All the other stuff, determinist, yeah, whatever, I don't care. I just want to know, okay, if that influences our decisions, then you want to influence what influences a decision. Is that going to be a government program that takes my money? That's all I want to know. Other than that, peace out, man. You're right and you win. I don't care. All right, before we end, let's go and see what all the guys are yakking about. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. I think you'd get, I don't care less if Davi wanted to say the gay report. But the Trump report is the Trump report. That's the hour time. Okay, you want to do a gay report?
No.
No, I mean, we can do regular. I can bring it. I can make gay report.
Why would I want to do a report on something you don't care about so I can be yelled at by you?
No, anybody that wants to come on and advocate and tell me about, freaking homesteading or how they built their whatever or their lifestyle of whatever, I give them go. I don't care. That it might be interesting to the audience. That's not my point. But whatever your circumstances,
I thought you didn't care what was interesting to
it's
the
not.
audience.
It's not going to justify taking my money. I guarantee that.
Nobody's
you go.
suggesting that.
I told you this story. Therefore, we need a program. I go. Nope. Don't care. Nope. No, don't matter. All right. What about the nerds and awkward people that aren't transgender and get beat up? Possibly it looked
it's assault. It's terrible.
Right, and that's I'm with you. Possibly it looked at as political because a certain group is singled out based on the particular public concern of the decade. And that's kind of my point. It's if it wasn't, because before it wasn't the gay community, it would be like, the gun rights guy, man. God forbid you had a gun, you kind of whatever. And now it's getting where you're white male. I mean, where does it stop? Some gets advocated, some gets demonized. And what is that? It's the flavor of the day. I mean, it's because you're Mexican. I mean, we went through that. It wasn't about being gay. It was about whether you're Mexican or not. I mean, it's always the topic of the day. It was a whole bunch. The same discussion probably 10 years ago would have been about Hispanics. Here in Arizona, sure shit was.
Yeah, a lot of people are racist against Hispanics.
Yeah, and I don't care what race you are as long as you're not using it to advocate and I owe you some money or whatever. See, do I have to care what race they are? I don't care. Am I allowed not to care? No, you have to know about, I probably know more about a lot of these issues than the vast majority of people my age. I guarantee that.
I don't.
All right, we'll do it. We'll take my gayness test, I guess, later. Let's see, exactly, I don't care if it's a transgender person or beer-drinking Bubba NRA member. Assault is assault. You don't take my money to solve the problem. You arrest and prosecute the assaulter. Shouldn't matter who the victim is and what little sliver of society they fit in. Next guy. Yes, but also it's not your money. It's their money that they took from people to spend on things that they use to manipulate and distract public opinion to keep their power. Another guy. The free will debate is dumb. When you get into higher dimension analytical geometry, it's clear that all possibilities as well as all probabilities can exist at the same time.
That's a real point about quantum physics, for the record.
Therefore, on any given word line, yes, free will exists to change from one possible outcome to another, but since all probabilities and possibilities also exist simultaneously, then preordination also exists, so both are simultaneously true. It depends on your frame of reference, which consists of current world line and point in time, or looking from the outside of a world line. Okay, and the other guy goes, my brain hurts now. All right, well, I think, it's kind of that quantum reality thing that I talk about. It's like, the wave collapses to a dot when you observe it kind of deal. And that's my point. Now, I'll give you the best understanding. There was a quantum physicist that went on Joe Rogan one time, and Joe Rogan is going, I'm just too stupid to get it. He goes, no, we just don't have time. He goes, I can make sure you understand. I think I can explain. So as I was listening to him, I'm going, okay, and then I talked to I had a guest that we were talking about quantum physics, and I, kind of gave my word picture of how he goes, yeah, that's really awesome, and it's this. Now, he was talking about a coffee cup. You drop a drop in the middle of a coffee cup, and you have that wave, and he was kind of deciding that, thinking about that wave. And then it made me think, I go, okay, I get it. I take a bicycle wheel. It's dark. I put an LED light on one of the spokes, and I spin it. And it can be a different part of the spoke. It can be towards the center, towards the outside, whatever. I put it in the middle somewhere. I spin the wheel. It makes a light ring. I see that ring. Okay? So quantum physics is that, is there a point that the LED light is now? You do a strobe light, you freeze, there it is. Yep, there's the point. Well, that's the point you see in that slot experiment. When you stop it, boom, there's a point. Until that time, and you're observing it, it looks like a ring. And the probability of that light being anywhere in that ring is, where is it? It's in that ring. It's in that area. That ring of space is where that LED light is. Okay? But where? Well, the probability of, so you have multiple probabilities. The probability that it's in that ring, because I can see the result of it spinning around and the photons are slinging on it. I got the wave, there it is. But where is it now? You stop it, boom, there it is. That's where, I know where it is. The probability's collapsed to where it is. Okay, cool. But until then, until you open the box and see if the cat's dead or not, it ain't anywhere. Okay? That's the best way I can do to explain, quantum physics. But instead of it just being a ring spinning around on a bicycle tire, imagine that wheel also rotating in a gyroscopic direction the other way. So you got a sphere. So all-knowing physics is that, quantum physics is that it's everywhere all the time until you freeze and find and look and see and the particle's there. But until that point, everything's a probability. It's possible. And is it predetermined? It is at that time. Boom, there it is. Okay? So what I talk about when I talk about quantum reality is I create my own. I go, it's going to be I'm going to look for that quantum particle right here. Will I find it eventually? It's always been there. It's always going to be there. It's when I grab it and do it, it's right there. That's where I'm at. That's how I see it's there. So this is where I'm going. Quantum reality kind of brings this, to the fore. So anyway, that's kind of my point on that. Did Davi just say he did not care? Okay, caught that one. If I simply dismiss people who say irresponsible things, there wouldn't be much opportunity to examine issues outside of my narrow way of thinking.
Thank you.
I can't count the number of times that I thought someone was talking crazy nonsense and then listened and realized they weren't. If I call them crazy and sloppy, they just shut up and don't learn anything, or have the opportunity to learn something anyway. It can go either way. Now, this is probably most supportive of what you're talking about. If I listen to them, then I may think that they're not as crazy in their whatever. My thing is that I don't care. They could be, I could understand and empathize with them all they want, but I guarantee I have already, my dogma is set, my mind is made up. You can't be good and steal. That is just, you use force to take it from someone to do for some noble cause. I don't care how noble it is. You're not the good guy. Boom, end of story. So for me, that doesn't mean I won't do it. I mean, I can give you 15 gazillion if I come out of the desert in the first, I'm crossing the border from Mexico, and I'm, it's 120 degrees, and I'm not asking permission to drink out of somebody's hose. I mean, that's just the way it is, and I'll take whatever punishment I get for the stealing the water if I drink out of the hose, but I'm not going to rationalize that it's my water because I need it. You might be a dick for not letting me drink, but I mean, I'm not going to rationalize. I'll take the repercussions of me drinking out of your hose or stepping on your property or whatever. My need can outweigh my principles. I can give 15 gazillion reasons how that would happen, but I'm not going to justify that I'm right. That's why you have juries. You go, yeah, under circumstances, we'll, peace out. We'll give you, what for.
Juries take your money. I thought they couldn't be good guys.
Well, does it have to be that they took my money?
Juries take your money, absolutely. They are paid with public funds.
Not if I'm Robert Heinlein on the moon.
Well,
I pay him.
Okay, but you're not. So.
Well, I don't know. I could be.
So you're relying on. Well, you're not right now.
No, going on how the jury is selected is not the point. My thing is that general public opinion, they would probably rationalize that. This was what Mark was saying. You got a little kid, bouncy ball goes on the old man's property, and he shoots you for trespassing. The public would probably go, nah, that was probably overkill, and you probably shouldn't have done that. But there's not going to rationalize that the girl had a right to go on your property. It's just, not being a dick. I'm for not being a dick, but I'm not going to rationalize I have a right because I need, That's my point. I don't understand, other than being contrarian, why Davi can't understand that Ernie doesn't need to understand all the nuances of gay, transgender people to be able to advocate for everyone's freedom. All right, that's kind of what I say. Ernie never said it was okay for people to take his money. If he wanted to give money to police, he could do that. Yeah, probably wouldn't, but I mean, and that takes different forms. I saw we were at the Libertarian Convention Saturday, they had two armed security guys there. And I'm like, the fuck was with that? Well, we had credible threat that somebody would blah, blah, so they asked us to come. Who did? I didn't ask, I don't care, But I'm going, all right, well, it's probably, I probably, it's hard for me to pull my gun out of my pocket sitting down. I'm glad they're there taking care of business. So does it have to be, government paid for law enforcement? No. So whatever. And let's see. And now we're collectivizing police. Let's see. True, Davi keeps muddying the water. San Francisco had volunteer police departments for a long time that were paid by the community voluntarily. That's something to look into. I want to know when that stopped. Why did that happen? Was it, when what? Who came into power to do that? This is nonsense. Nonsense, yes. Entertaining, I certainly think so. Yes, so they're at least being entertained. All right. So anyway, I think we made the point. Davi's point is that, and he says this, often to me, that if I say I don't care, and we're talking about any segment of society or a group, the second I say I don't care, then that turns them off. They're out. They're not listening. They don't care. And I'm going, they do if they advocate for freedom for everybody. If they're advocating everybody left alone, advocating they're not being stolen from, advocating that somebody else is not spending other people's money, that's what I'm looking for. I'm not to be here for the trans gay LB 15 letter of Q, whatever the heck that give. I don't care if you're a QAnon, Trump supporting whatever. I don't care if you're from whatever country or do that. That's not what I care about. When I have guys in from Zambia or Zaire, they come. We have a lot of people in studio from around the world. What I care about is how are you being forced or prevented from exercising your own free will. That's what I care about. All the other stuff, I don't care. Because there's so much stuff. Just go on Freedom's Phoenix Hill. I'll show you here. This is what, you know how much I care or don't care. I go in and you hit on Declare Your Independence on the top right. You go down and you go Show by Topic. Boom. I hit Shows by Topic and it'll come up and there will be freaking, are you kidding me? There is definitely, you want to know what Ernie thinks about anything, go look in the Shows by Topic category and you'll go, damn, okay, well, we can listen to that. What is your issue? In fact, that's why I did that. It's by category. What do you care about? Okay, you want to go see what I think about whatever the hell? So we go on, pick a subject. I don't know if I call it gay. I don't know if it's gay. I don't know what category. Usually it was an issue. Let's see, gay marriage. Okay, gay marriage. And I go gay marriage. So I click on gay marriage, and it'll come up some show I did on gay marriage about something. And what would be my issue? I don't care. Why are you wanting to be equally yoked along with straight people that got a relationship permit from Uncle Sam, or menage trois on your wedding night, a prima nocte with Uncle Sam? I mean, why would we do that?
Because that would be equality under the law. That would be the promise.
Yeah. No, but what was my question? Why would you want to be equally yoked like this over here? Now, the reasons come up. They say, because of that marriage license, you're allowed to visit your spouse in the hospital. You have transition of property in, either a divorce or death, or, all these equal protection. You're treated the same, like somebody else on your income tax. I'm going, these are all about, this is equal, under the law. I'm all for that, but that wasn't my question. Why would you want to put your relationship based on, a sanction from Uncle Sam? Where did that come from? Why? Because we aren't equally treated. Okay, well, then that's the problem. And I would come in like with my sister. My sisters are single, and I go, why do they pay more in income tax than me? because they're single. What is that? Social and economic engineering. They're using marriage to socially and economically engineer into yada, 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 yada. Why would you advocate for that? I would advocate for, Men's Magazine has 300 different marriage contracts that I can file with my county recorder and boom, that's it. I picked that one, with a little bit of text change in this. I remember in Firefly, there was a thing about Zoe, the first mate, she's a warrior woman, Amazon, whatever, married the pilot. And they were talking, he was talking to Mal, the captain. He goes, well, when I did, we got married, honor and obey thing. And the first he goes, whoa. She promised to obey? And he goes, well, maybe not that part. But, I'm going, there. You can make your own contract. Is it going to be obey? I mean, I'm not sure a lot of people, they may not include that in their contract. So I get hammered. I like these issues, these fringe issues that make the point that they're going as fringe as possible. And it's not just in sexual lifestyle style thing. It could be 50 gazillion different things, and we talk about a lot. Go look at the topics. So I'm going, all right. Where do we have overlap? Where can we agree? Where's the vaccine damaged family that, what do I have to say? I got, Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, been doing this since 2000. She was all upset. She goes, I can't believe you don't know who I am. I can't believe. Well, I've kind of heard your name. Somebody mentioned that that's how you're on. I got to get Sherry Tenpenny on. But you're assuming I looked. He went, well, who's the leaders in, the great names of? And I don't know. If Dr. Mikovits didn't tell me who it was or some other activist, I didn't know. But we get really good sign people come. I miss somebody. Sorry, but you're assuming I even looked. Because I don't care. I'm not looking for every single person. I'm looking for who can explain to me what this is. Who can explain to me who can explain to me. Then we'll get in there. I'll be traveling the country and I'll be all kinds of caring with people and, and advocating for and working with and whatever. But even on the vaccine issue, something that I think is very important, what am I looking at? The elimination of exemptions and the creations of mandates and the lying and the vaccine court and all this other stuff because they're not doing their promise. In fact, they created a whole different court system to not have to. That's what I care about. So I go, what I care about is what I care about. Now, all the other stuff, I don't have time to care. If I had time, I may, care more if I knew a bunch about something, but it doesn't apply to me, in my opinion. But Davi makes a legitimate point. He comes in, he goes, look, Ernie, when you say I don't care about someone's sexual orientation or this or that or whatever, they tune out. He doesn't care about me. Good. I mean, it's not like we can't be friends, but whatever your rationale or noble justice, noble reason, social justice cause for taking my money, don't care.
More non sequiturs.
All right. Anyway, I think, I may not have convinced Davi, but I think I at least expressed myself. So, anything else you want to do before we go? We got to get to work.
No.
All right. Peace, guys. At least you're entertained, maybe.